Hello, hello. Welcome to, first we're going to test the mic volume.
Let's try that again. I think I was getting through the wrong source there. Yep, that was going through my headphones. I was like, that is really weird sounding. All right, so if you are here today, basically you are probably a Linkin Park fan or a music fan, or maybe you just subscribed to my channel. Either way, major news back on Saturday. I believe it was Saturday afternoon. I was at work and I saw it pop up on Instagram, but basically Linkin Park had posted a 100-hour countdown on their website and across their social media. Of course, there was activity, and that leads to today, which we are 6.5 minutes away from seeing what the countdown is for. There's been no leaks. There's been nothing that has really come, like, there's nothing definitive at all, just a bunch of rumors and speculation. They've really kept this tight, tight-lipped secret. However, the one thing that I think we can kind of pull something from is the rock festival, Welcome to Rockville in Daytona Beach, Florida, had also reposted the countdown post. And a lot of people think that that might mean, because they've been talking how excited they are about their 2025 lineup, a lot of people think that might mean that Linkin Park is also going to announce being at Welcome to Rockville. So we'll have to see on that. It would be pretty awesome. But like I said, nothing definitive has come out yet. We don't know anything at this point. So 5 minutes and we will know. I don't know how much talking I will do over top of whatever happens, whether it's like a live stream of them talking, whether they debut a video of something. I don't know. This is live. The countdown is live. So maybe this will just switch over to them or like a video premiere or something, right? We'll just have to see. But like I said, they've managed to give us a 100-hour countdown, like four days, and not have anything come out. There was rumors the other day about like singers that could be joining the band, and thankfully, the lead singer from Sum 41, he came out and quashed that rumor. He's like, no, that's not going on. I'm not joining any other bands. I got my own things I'm doing. Thankfully, no disrespect to him. I don't know. I do know Sum 41. Obviously, I'm not a huge fan. Their music's not bad, but honestly, I'm more of a proponent of let's move forward without Chester, obviously, and not replacing Chester. And because I think Mike Shinoda is a very good vocalist, singer, rapper, whatever you want to call it, and he could definitely front the band if they morph their style around that. If you go back and listen to a lot of their unreleased tracks and demos, and even some tracks that did make albums, they started experimenting with that more as time went on, using his vocals as either the lead vocals or the only vocals on a song, and it was really good. So I think that the Linkin Park, whatever sound they have or adopt, if that's what's going on, could easily adapt to Mike being the primary singer for new content going forward. If it has to do with like touring or performances, then I'm okay with them either finding a way to alter the songs to fit not having Chester, or having like guest singers that appear. That would actually be pretty cool. Like say you're going to do a festival, you have several singers lined up that maybe they're already at that festival, or whatever, that come on stage and perform several of the older songs if you're going to do that. So I don't know. Like, this is all 100% speculation from everyone at this point. Like I said, Linkin Park has managed to keep it very secretive somehow. Like, it's an open secret. Like, here it is. We're on a countdown timer. But we have no idea, honestly, what it's for. Could be a festival, could be shows, a tour, could also be a project for like new music or something. Hi, Danielle. I'm gonna puke. I'm so excited. I truly hope whatever this is, they don't hype me up for something. Oh gosh, yeah. I always have this fear. I feel like they're always like trolling us somehow. I always have this fear that it's like, oh look, there's a new 4K upgrade of this music video, like they did with Bleed It Out. To be fair, less than a week later, I believe it was, we suddenly got this. But yeah, they do seem to like to troll us with teasing things, and then it's like, oh yeah, it's just this. But you were excited for it, weren't you? I definitely think this is something much bigger. Otherwise, we wouldn't have this big countdown for multiple days and all this hype behind it. So I think anything Linkin Park does is going to just have a lot of hype regardless. It's just, please let it be something real, whatever it is. And whatever they do, whatever they decide to do, however they decide to do it, like, I'm for it. It's their band, it's their vision, it's their career. They get to decide those things. They've given us 25 years of incredible music and performances and stuff. I think we kind of owe it to them to let them do whatever the heck they want. Oh my God. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Everybody just breathe. Just breathe. I remember thinking issues were returning last year, yet they were only teasing 3 farewell shows. And the thing is, oh man, Linkin Park Live or LP Live on Twitter just posted 4 minutes ago. They said, we're all out of time. This is how we find how it all unwinds. I love this community. Anyways, first of all, welcome, Ray. But yeah, the teasing 3 farewell. The thing is even if they do come back and it's an announcement of some sort of farewell thing, I'm okay with that. Like whatever they want to do, it's fine. And maybe I'll even get an opportunity to enjoy it myself. However, I feel like it's something bigger than that. And honestly, these guys have so much creativity, and they've taken like an 8-year break essentially. I mean, they've done random things between. Mike's had his projects. They've worked together on the re-release stuff, but I think that there's just more in the tank for them than just a farewell thing. So we'll just have to see. Yeah, under a minute. And then, okay, I may have to like move around. I don't know if this is going to stay here or what like if we're just going to get something live right here, or maybe if there was going to be something that pops up on YouTube. What's up, Ronaldo Valles? Words. Oh shoot, something's happening. Okay, I have all my sound up, right? Oh. Wait, what? Did it just go back? What the hell? It's counting up. Oh my God. Why is it counting up? Why is it counting up? This is not cool. What is this? No, 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 no. Oh God, I gotta go look on Twitter, see what's going on. What the hell? That's dude, tell me this isn't happening. Well, that's it, guys. I'll be back next year. What is going on? Why did it start counting up? And when is it going to stop? I swear to God, if it's counting up to 100 hours, I'm going to freak out. Oh my God, LP Live just Linkin Park, the biggest trolls in music. Bro, this can't be happening. There's no way that this is just going to count back up. Is there a chat on their thing here? I'd have to go to the actual YouTube. I'm gonna have a stroke, a legit stroke. Why? No one else would do this. I swear, no one else would do this. Okay. Okay, what's going on the actual YouTube? Because I know they got a chat, so I want to see that. I'm sure everybody's freaking out. Sorry, this is slow because I use the Opera thing with the VPN. Possibly. Yeah, I'm not as familiar with My Chemical Romance, but I mean, I like their music, but I don't know like them like as a band. Okay, show me the chat. Show me the chat. It's trying to load everything else before it loads what I actually want to see. Okay, here we go. Minutes to midday. Oh my gosh. Wait. What did I say? How do people not understand this? Previous incarnations of LP dies 4 minutes ago. The new timer is the start of new. Uh, come on, Mike. Yeah. This is my. Why is it counting up? This is also my reaction. There's no way they're doing this to us. Man, I've been running around telling everybody. I've been like my family, my friends, my coworkers, like, this is it. We're gonna find out what's going on with them today. I saw something. I just saw a comment say something about Rick Astley, and so now I'm kind of thinking that would have been funny too. They do the same type of stuff, only to drop a greatest hits. Oh yeah, I hear you. Prismo, where's the thing? Seriously, this is terrible. But at the same time, like I guess kind of love it, you know. So My Chemical Romance is what you're talking about, Ray. They do the same type of stuff, only yeah. I mean, but we already got the greatest hits. Nani? We already got the greatest hits. We already got like all the stuff, and Minutes to Midnight 20th anniversary can't happen until 2027. You know, like there's so many things, like everything's done and gone. All that's left is for them to tell us if they're making new music or touring or something. Nice prank. Right? Yeah. Late April Fool. That's a pretty late April Fool's joke. Wait, this countdown is count up now? The level of confusion that is occurring here. Yeah, so now you sit here and you go, do I leave? Because maybe something happens when I leave, but no, I'm pretty sure it's going to go back up to 100 hours. Who I don't know how to say your name. Haddonfield. Okay, so legitimately, I was scheduled to work today. I was literally scheduled to work today, and like 2 days ago, I was like, well, no, I wanna like be there for this, and so I posted my shift. Somebody picked it up, and therefore I didn't work today for this. I think Mike Shinoda owes me an apology. Thanks for the subscription, Prismo. That's the first time that's ever appeared during a stream. What do we got? Okay, so Joshua Russell says they posted the timer going up on IG, maybe intentional. Yeah, no, it's definitely an intentional thing. Checked every social media. Yeah, no, I guarantee it's because they pretty much went quiet, other than like, you know what, Mike? Mike actually, remember about halfway through this countdown, he posted a thing a meme on Instagram or something that said, "Oh, you're halfway there," and now I'm kind of thinking that that was more of uh, foreshadowing. Mike slept for sure. Like it would be kind of fun if they just forgot to wake up and like stop the counter. He owes us. I could have made money today, man. I'm a server, so like I would have been working my shift this afternoon, but I was like, nope, Linkin Park is more important than money. It's more important than everything. Yeah, it's just gonna count up to 100. That's crazy. Sebastian, that's my YouTube didn't want to post that. Chester probably doing effing nightmare watching this shit. We about to ruin your concerts if you don't show up. Post the 2 minutes on Instagram. Let me see. The browser I use is slow because I don't know. I get like weirdly paranoid, so I use one that's using a little cheapo VPN. Pull up their Instagram. Wait, he did? Mike Shinoda posted the eyes emoji in the LP live chat. Yeah, see, I wouldn't be able to see it. It was just too fast. Oh, I'm not going to be able to open that. Was it like, oh, there. No, that's not it. Now I'm going to look for the eyes. So he was in the chat. That's funny. Man, I don't want to be pissed off. Not at Linkin Park. Not at Mike. But come on, man. We're done with the trolling, guys. People want Rock Am Ring. You know, that would be cool. That would be interesting if they basically just imagine that they're going to be. So Toffee Nug 78. Basically, we were waiting for the countdown timer. It reached 0. And at 0, it did like a glitchy animation. And then started counting back up. And then supposedly, according to my chat, Mike was in the LP live chat and posted like the eyes thing. So I want to say I'm disappointed, but man, I love these guys. Like I've been a Linkin Park fan literally since the beginning. And like you when you deep dive into it, like you just go, you know what? This is par for the course. This is just them. Everybody just like go. No, that was because my browser lagged. Might have Alzheimer's. Pon música mientras esperamos. I don't know what that says, Juan Renage. I've been listening to Spanish, but I can't quite just off the top of my head read it and understand it. Well, there you have it, everybody. I probably won't keep the stream going super long just because there's nothing happening. All this. About to break my computer. Yeah, I don't think it'll be at midnight, Toffee. I think it's going to count up to 100 hours. That would make sense. It counted down from 100. It'll count back up. Right. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye on it. I might just leave like on my computer or something. I might just leave the website open on the stream just to make sure. Go to school. Meme to seem. Yeah, pretty sure. There was so much adrenaline. I had the music blasting all morning. I'm over here like setting my computer up and getting everything ready. I'm running over like telling my mom, I'm like, this is the big day. Linkin Park's announcement, and everybody's pretty sure there's going to be something to do with a festival or a show. I can't go to work now. I would actually be I would be about an hour from getting off work today at this point. So Mike tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, sleep is what matters. Amy Lee left the chat. Yeah, I like Amy Lee's music. Well, I like the first album, Fallen, and then after that, it's kind of eh. The self-titled album they did back in like 2000, what was it, 2011 or something like that. I can't remember. That was really good. I like that one, but I don't know. A lot of the other stuff, I kind of fell out of Evanescence. Amy Lee's okay, but there's also a lot of stories about her like personally and how she deals with people. So I think that Prismo, I think there's just going to be a lot of speculation about what it is they want to do. Um, Fred Durst joins the chat. It would be cool. So my thing with all this, I've said from the beginning, I've posted it on my social medias and on YouTube. I've made videos and talked about it. Whatever Linkin Park decides to do, whatever they decide to do, I don't care. It's their band, it's their career, it's their life. And they've given me all the best music I like of my entire life. So thanks for subscribing, Ray Slavenberg. So for that, they can do anything, and I'm going to support it. I'm going to back it. However, my personal opinion, my personal viewpoint is this band, when you listen to their music, when you listen to their unreleased tracks, when you listen to just the tracks that they, ever since like Minutes to Midnight, when they started doing stuff where Mike was either the primary vocalist or was like like the only vocalist on a song. They did a lot more of that over the years, over all their albums afterwards. And I 100% think that it would totally work if the band readjusted and evolved, because that's what they do. They always grow and evolve, to do it with Mike's vocals in mind, and that he is the lead singer. I mean, Already Over was a pretty good example that, hey, Mike can do like rock vocals. He can sing like that. So Duarte, yes. Duarte, 100% Linkin Park is just great. But they don't need to do this to us. So they could 100% retool their sound to fit Mike. You know, Mike even said that when he wrote Already Over, it was a different process for him, because whenever he was writing lyrics before, it was with Chester in mind. It was for someone else's voice. So one of the things he wanted to do was Israel Neves. Thanks for the subscription. One of the things he wanted to do was write for himself and like what he thinks his voice, how it works. So why was it just spinning? Okay. And I think it turned out really good. And so when you throw in Brad, Dave, Rob, Joe, and just have like the five of them come together on something, and it's tooled around Mike's vocals primarily, I think it would be really good. And then from there, if they're going to tour and have like, old songs in the set list and stuff, then yeah, have like guest singers. If they're going to do a festival, bring people on, a couple different singers on that are maybe at the festival, and have them sing those older songs with them. What is going on? Well, we waited for the countdown. It got to 0. The screen glitched, and it started counting up. So take from that what you will. I do want to say it's cool to see everybody here. I've never had this many people on stream. Like I said, I talk about and post about Linkin Park a lot. They're like my primary, like when it comes to music, that's everything for me. But my channel is a lot of like commentary stuff. Used to be video games and Pokemon and things like that, but it kind of evolved to like I want to do commentary, so I do videos on things, and then I like to live stream randomly, just chatting type thing. I actually am working on it's been like a year in the making, but I kind of restarted the process. I am doing a Linkin Park like a fans retrospective on the band, so it'll be like a not like extensively long video or anything, but it will be a longer video that will be like the history of the band and like my viewpoints on things, their history and impact and where they're going, that kind of thing. It got a little bit delayed because the process I was going through originally with it, I decided it didn't work for me, and then it would be better just to kind of do it the way I always do stuff. So at 9:05, I don't think that was a glitch in their actual video. I think that was because of me changing the browser tabs. Like if I open the tab and go back, it like pauses and has to catch up. And so I think that's what was going on was, and this is just loading bandwidth thing. Um, I don't know if they would necessarily do anything on the death, like a death time thing. The countdown restarted. Wait, what? I'll refresh this. Actually, let's go back to linkinpark.com. Oh, in the original there was a glitch at 9:05? Because I know on my screen there was one, but I thought that was just because I was switching tabs around. Because like yeah, you'll see how it'll catch up. But yeah, I don't know. I wasn't sitting there to see it. I just go here because then the chat's there. Well, September 5th. That's like a week away, isn't it? Or 10 days away. So, oh yeah, I guess I could do that. I didn't even think of that. Or maybe I can't. No, it's live. I can't. Why can't I go back? Oh shoot, didn't want to do that. All right, let's go back live. Watch what? Oh, the glitch. Like, yeah, I don't know because during the live stream, I don't think I can roll back to see it. It won't let me like select anything to move it back. Oh, on my live. Oh, yeah. I guess I could try that. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so you said 9:05. Yeah, now I'm curious. We're gonna crack this code. They posted the countdown glitch on their Instagram with the caption, "It's only a matter of time." What? I'll turn this off because that's what's making it so I can't open some stuff. Pretty sure. Slows things down. Okay, let's go to Linkin Park's Instagram. Somebody said, so Ronaldo, the Sum 41, the lead singer for the Sum 41, he already came out and said that he has nothing to do with him. He's not involved with anything having to do with Linkin Park or Oasis. I don't want to sign in while I'm. I see they did post something there. Okay, so it's all a matter of time. Sorry, I use a different browser from my personal browser when I'm doing like streams, so that's why it's not letting me see stuff. Oh, I see. They posted on Instagram like the last 6 seconds until 0, and you see the glitch animation. Yeah, so I remember I saw that live. People were saying that it did it again at like 9:05. I'm pretty sure that was because I like during the stream I was switching between tabs at that moment, and it caught up and just had a leftover on the screen. I mean, we've been patient this far. That's the thing. We've been patient for almost 8 years. So I fully believe that they're not going to Duarte. I fully believe that they're going to retain like the whole uh Lincoln Park. It's Lincoln Park. That's who they are. That's who they've been for 25 years. It's what everyone knows them as. That's the fans. So now the zero aspect, or it's actually interesting. Somebody said that the emblem is actually null, but the zero aspect, I think it could be something like Lincoln Park Project Zero or something like that, because if you think about it, it would be like they were zero before Chester. So, and then when Chester joined, that's when they became hybrid theory, if I remember. And then, just before they got signed is when they became Linkin Park. So I don't think they would do anything necessarily with changing their identity in that sense, but it could be like maybe that's what the next tour concept is or something. I love that stuff too. I love going back and listening to, and not even like the official like Linkin Park YouTube and all that, but the old Zero mixtapes and all, like, it's so good. It's such good stuff. Interesting. What? So okay, so that's why somebody's saying September 5th, because 9:05. Now, Zero. Okay, so back in 1996, I really should just do this video. I've been working. Back in 1996, when Brad, Mike, and Rob first got together, like out of high school and going into like college and stuff, when they first got together and started doing music, they called themselves Zero and like Super Zero and stuff, right? But Zero was like the branding they ended up going with when they were first trying to, perform and everything. Then they had Mark Wakefield, and of course Dave joined them, and Joe. Sorry, I don't know if I said Joe, but that in that period of time they were Zero, and there's like mixtapes and stuff you can go find of them. Then when they got Chester, when they found him, that was when they changed over to being called Hybrid Theory, and they did that for a little bit. But when they went to get signed, they couldn't be Hybrid Theory anymore. I believe there was a conflict with. There was like if I remember right, there was a band that was already called Hybrid Theory or something. Anyways, but that was when they became Linkin Park. Was when right before they got actually signed. Let's see. That could be all there is to it. 9:05 could indeed be 9:05 for when they release something. Makes sense. It's possible. So like the 100-hour countdown could go up. Or not count down anymore, the count up, whatever. You could go to the 100 hours, the count up, and that could be when they announce, and then the release of something could be 9/5. Andrew, it just doesn't work like that. They are Linkin Park. Like they even the last 7 years they're still Linkin Park. That's not something that changes. And you don't go when you have such a massive global brand and identity. You don't change that. Now it's different without Chester, but they are still Linkin Park. There's five other guys in the band. That's just so like it's more of an emotional thing for fans for some fans to be like, oh, they aren't Linkin Park anymore. But the fact is they are. Like in every sense, they are the band. So more than likely, it would be like a title, like for a project or for a tour or something along those lines. But again, it's 100% up to them. And I also don't think that they're going to get a new singer. Strife Eclipse Gaming timer stops when it hits 9/5/24. So yeah, I mean, so Brad, Joe, and Dave all reposted the countdown when it was up, and so did Talinda Bennington actually. But Rob doesn't post on social media. Good for him, like 100% good for him. Like it's just if you can, you just stay out of it. Even like Brad doesn't really like post on social media. He just has his official account. If they do a Kiss digital avatar concert tour, what the heck? That's funny. Sorry, I need to put. I just realized I don't have like any. I went to YouTube.com. Why did it take me? Oh, that would be why. Yeah, I'm just gonna try that again. I just need some background sound. I got a channel I use for that. Reaching for my keyboard here. Hello from Brazil. Yeah, I actually noticed. I feel like Linkin Park's biggest following outside of like North America seems to be South America. I swear. I'm just turning on some background here. Please don't give me an ad. Please don't give me an ad. It's gonna give me an ad. Yep. Okay. Anyways. Yeah, I swear. I mean, I know like Asia's pretty big for Linkin Park, but I swear, India, yeah, they're killing the hype. Not gonna lie. I mean, but to be honest, we're all gonna wait for it to count up to like to that 99 hours, 99 minutes point. We're all gonna like log right back in and be sitting there waiting for it to tick up to 100 hours. So they know what they're doing. They know they've got us. Javier Moreno, yeah. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the like. I mean, obviously, my chat's going to be easier to read than Linkin Park's chat. So, Matt Gaffney, all-time troll job by Linkin Park. I mean, they're just too good at it. They're too good at it. They are one of those. Since the beginning, did I actually even get music started here? Since the beginning, Linkin Park has been pretty in tune with using the internet to their advantage. You got to remember back in the late 90s and stuff, early 2000s, when they were first promoting themselves and trying to get a following out there, that was what they did. They were like, they had email lists and their website was really connecting with people. So they've kind of been tuned in to how to use the internet to their advantage for the whole time. What does that say? Does it say minutes to midnight? Kind of. Minutes to, well, let's see. What is 100 hours from now? Also, I don't know how loud that music is. It should be fairly quiet. Okay, so I did this before. I looked up what Shivam. Thanks for the subscription. When is 100? So it looks like Sunday, September 1st, around 6:30, or not 6:30, 6:15. So that should be when it counts up to. I don't want 100. No, neither do I. Believe me. Oasis hacked the site. Liam and Noel don't like being upstate. Well, I mean, come on, man. They 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 announced their thing uh after Linkin Park's countdown started. So it's not like they didn't know. They could have been like, "Oh, you know what? Never mind." Diego Schussler, I saw something about a woman on vocals. What are your expectations? So just scraws. Guys, I have a crazy guess. 100 hours from now, it's going to be September 5th. No, it's going to be September 1st. Sunday is 100 hours from now. But Diego Schussler, I saw something about a woman on vocals. What are expectations? So I've said this before. I don't want to like super repeat myself all the time because people will probably get tired of hearing it. But I don't think that they're going to replace Chester in the sense of like somebody like full time in the band. I just don't think that's something that would work for them. It was the six of them, for 20 years, and then there's the five of them. These guys have known each other since high school, since the mid 90s. I don't see them fitting someone into the creative process for like new original music. However, I could totally see, kind of like they did with I mean, they could do guest vocals too. I mean, they've worked with other artists. I don't think it'd be anything like that. They would definitely have, I think they could have collaborations and stuff. But I feel like it would be Mike Shinoda. Like, I don't know how much I can play without getting copyright. But, oh man, this stuff is like memory hogs. I'm doing all my streaming from like a laptop, a single screen and everything. So I don't know. I know I'm saying the name. I don't know, but I agree. I don't think this is a replacing. It's a new route. But that's the thing. Is like I don't think that it would even be like bringing somebody new in. I think it would be literally Mike being the primary vocalist for new stuff. Reading the Reddit post, it totally glitched at 9:05. Also, many believe there are letters or something in the glitchy parts if we slow it down. Not sure what the message is. They said they are doing another countdown. Wait, jeez. What? Oh, you know what? Prismo, there's a possibility because 4 days from now, 100 hours from now, is Sunday, September 1st. Right? What would another 100-hour countdown be? Four more days, right? That would be September 5th. So if it glitched, oh my god. Please don't do this. Why are they doing this to us? Like, think about it. That's crazy. They could literally right? Like they could literally like do this count up. It hit 100 hours and then they could drop another countdown to 9/5. I like Oliver Sykes. I'm a huge fan of Bring Me the Horizon. I think they're awesome. In fact, I love that the fact that they kind of wouldn't exist if not for Linkin Park. But again, I'm not wanting, oh, I want this singer, I want somebody else in there. I just don't. I not for the band part. Now, this is what I was gonna say. The somebody said the LP and Friends, that totally works for touring. Like that totally works for touring. Like they could literally, if they're gonna have, like, say they have a new set list and it's new music, like say they've got several new songs, and then they do a lot of like stuff in between, right? But then they got like their older songs that they want to perform as well. They could probably have like a selection of their older songs that they bring other singers on to do. Linkin Park, well, technically it all formed in 1996, but that was when they were zero, and it was just Mike, Brad, and Mike, Brad, and Joe. But yeah, when they became Linkin Park, it was about 98, I believe. But yeah, they could definitely bring on other, and considering how Mike has done these things with like Bleed It Out and Faint, and I don't remember what the other one was with his whole It's Already Over stuff, where he had other singers performing. I could see him doing something along those lines. Like, okay, we're gonna have some maybe not huge big time singer, because also you don't want it to be like a distraction. And Mike also likes to promote other people, like help them out too. So I could totally see it being like singers from some other bands where he's kind of, yeah, they've got a good voice that fits like the way we would perform our old songs. And I could see the band, I could see them deciding that during a tour or festival date or something like that, maybe they could have 2-3 different singers lined up who they're going to do like new original music, which I'm hoping is just like Mike. And then when they go to do, we're at a point where we can call them classics. When they go to do Linkin Park classics, the other singer joins them, like some other singer they've picked out. So, but when it comes to like full time, like member of the band type thing, I 100% don't see that happening. But I 100% believe that Mike himself, like they can retool their sound and creative structure around him. So what's the overall announcement? Pin the comment. There has been none. Yeah, there's been no announcement. All right, Lex. Yeah, no, this is what we were talking about earlier. I literally took today off. I was scheduled to work today. Perinth K. The timer's increasing. Yep. Mike is watching this live right now, diabolically smiling, rubbing his hands together. Good. Yeah, as he prepares a new remix for It's Already Over. Bro, and that the thing is, he knows. He's not stupid. Like I said, Linkin Park and Mike in particular are pretty in touch with what goes on with the internet and memes and stuff around them, right? He knows about the jokes about him and his mini releases and versions of like It's Already Over and stuff. Imagine he comes out like Sunday. They're starting a cover band. That's great. They're just gonna tour and they're gonna do like Boston covers or something. I feel that Mike is trolling. Going, yeah. I hope that they're they're loving to make jokes. Yeah, no, it's true. Right? Yeah. Like Sunday comes up and he posts like an Instagram reel from his account. Like, guys, like it counts down. It's like, oh, it's a Beat Saber. New content to Beat Saber. Gene Wanacott. Yeah, I know. Like I said, I can't decide I'm disappointed. Don't stop believing. Linkin Park is collaborating with Beat Saber to cover classic rock tunes from the 80s. So I'm just gonna like play songs that Mike Shinoda sings. That's what I'm gonna do. Cause there we go. Kim Kuru, thanks for the subscription. If Mike Shinoda trolls us, I will laugh so hard. But like, I mean, they already are. They already are. Because everybody expected that this was going to be like a big announcement or something. I'm a bit annoyed, but if they're going to tell me they're doing an album with 21 Pilots, I'm I mean, like I said, so remember what it was at the last couple albums that they actually had some collaborations. My favorite ones were on the Hunting Party because it was like primarily like rock stuff. So I guarantee they'll do some sort of collaborations, various singers and artists and stuff, but now we're left to sit and think about it for almost a week. Linkin Park becomes an 80s hair metal cover band. but the catch is they become a 80s cover metal hair band. Cover metal hair band? What the heck? But all the songs are released through Beat Saber or the Zoetrope vinyl. Imagine the countdown ends and it's just Mike scream laughing at everyone live. Jesus. The Hunting Party was wild. The Hunting Party was wild. I enjoyed it. What is this 9-5 people keep talking about? So apparently I missed it. I don't know. I was switching around doing stuff because I was like, oh, look, it's counting up. Nothing's happening. But at 9:05 on the countdown over here, if I can get my mouse, on 9:05, it apparently glitched again. I'm a vinyl whore. I just recently started not collecting vinyls, but buying like more Linkin Park stuff, and that includes vinyls. I have the Minutes to Midnight vinyl, and I have the Hybrid Theory 20th anniversary, like the full box set thing. So I have the vinyls that go with that. But I did get the Minutes to Midnight vinyl recently from Walmart. I got the Paper Cuts cassette tape, actually. Joel, why is it going upwards? So yeah, it counted down, it glitched, and it started counting up. And then apparently Linkin Park has posted a short or Instagram reel or something at the 9:05 mark where it glitched or something. So, oh really? Around 4 times, huh? Mike doesn't hate Hybrid Theory. I think people misunderstand that they felt like they were getting pigeonholed. Lex, actually, so is mine. Mine's actually 9/5. So if they actually announce something on September 5th or for September 5th, I'm gonna freak out. But no, so they don't hate Hybrid Theory or anything like that. They got to a point where, you know, they're 10, 15, 20 years past the production of that album and everything, and they wanted to do new things. People wanted to pigeonhole them, though, as just a nu metal band, which that's my favorite genre of music. I love nu metal, and it's mostly because of Linkin Park, but they had every right to move on from it, too, and try to do other things. You know, I'm pretty sure we all love, like, the fact that they did a huge variety of things. But there's also a subset of people who basically never wanted them to change. And so I think they get a little bit defensive about that sometimes. Imagine if it's a documentary or something. I don't know. There was one that recently came out, actually. There was as like a YouTube one. I can't remember if somebody made. Bonnie and Clyde Adventures just subscribed. Thank you. Did this not start? It's so weird because like I'm not signed into anything here for using stuff during streams. I have YouTube Premium for my personal stuff, so I'm kind of used to not having ads and all that. Oh, the tribute band. Oh, so he hates them. Oh, is that what you're saying? Let me scroll back up. Mike, I also do. So we're good there. Okay, okay. Yeah, no, I don't like any of these tribute bands that are out there because they're not just a band that's like doing cool covers of Linkin Park music. They're like, I don't know. It's a little too weird for me to watch people portray themselves the same way. It's, I don't know. It's a hard emotion to describe. Like, good for them, do their thing. If people enjoy it and they also want to go see, have a Linkin Park like experience with guys that are portraying them, like dressing up, acting, portraying themselves that way, then that's good. Yeah, it feels so. Like I said, if people want to go enjoy that and those guys are doing it, then fine, right? It's like a weird cosplay. Yeah, there you go. They're imitating Chester. Same with people who portray Freddie Mercury, right? So I don't want to like offend anybody with that because they can totally go enjoy whatever they want to enjoy. If they get something out of seeing a tribute band that makes them feel like they're seeing Linkin Park, that's cool. It's just not for me. I think I've heard of Alpha Wolf. I met Chester. I can't. Yeah, that would definitely make it weirder. If you, and that's why I've always been glad that Mike was like, there's no way we're doing like a hologram thing or something like that. Cotton Candy Skies. I don't know how I feel about them getting a new vocalist because yes, I'd love the band to come back, but at the same time, I wouldn't want someone to imitate Chester and try to replace him. And that's why I don't think they're going to. I think Mike has a lot of sensitivities about that. Like, I recently went back and watched the videos for and listened to his post-traumatic stuff. I never had. Like, I had heard a couple of the songs before, and I love Mike. I love his stuff he does solo. Well, Linkin Park is bigger than basically anything. I mean, Oasis is cool, but Linkin Park's literally the biggest. Even now, they haven't done anything in 7 years. Their stuff still comes out in tops of charts. But I went back and watched his post-traumatic stuff, listened to the songs, watched the videos, and I was like, the loss of Chester hit Mike really hard. You got to remember, these guys, they all started together when like teenagers and early 20s and stuff, and they were together for decades doing this. They're literally brothers. So he took it really hard, and I think that's why it's been so long. And I mean, they all did, but Mike is kind of like the main creative driving force in the band. Actually, him and Brad, people don't realize. Well, okay, like I said, I don't want, like, everybody's going to have their own feelings on stuff. Unearthly Whales, Lex, they will, I guarantee they will not change their branding and what they are, because they are Linkin Park. Chester's gone, but it wasn't his band. He was part of the band. There was 6 guys, you know. They were all an element of the band. So his loss changes things, but it's still them. It's still those 5 guys. It's still their legacy. It's still their career. So they get to do as they want with that. Whatever they choose to do is up to them. But they're Linkin Park, you know. So if they continue on that way, then that's fine. It makes sense. I think more than anything, what we would see is like a project title. Or Rob is still in the band. Rob does not post on social media, and he lives a very quiet and non-public life. So, good for him. Rusty Toaster, Magic Mike. Okay. So that's actually a good point. Hang on a second. I, I kind of lose some respect for them for restarting the clock. That's BS. um, okay, so on the Mike screaming thing, this is kind of an interesting thing. There is actually some performances. Let's see. And I'm not saying he like full on like Chester screamed or anything. Strife Eclipse Gaming, considering Mike has done stuff with fans and other artists covering LP songs, I don't think it's out of the question they may have a new vocalist. Well, like I said, we don't know anything, but I think $2 bill. I really think that if they announce something like that, it's going to be that somebody is going to tour with them, or that they're going to have multiple people tour with them, or something like that, right? For doing live performances of legacy songs. It's definitely not going to be an AI Chester voice. Koyansky, they've completely ruled out that kind of stuff, like over the years. But anyways, when it comes to like being creative in the creative process and creating new music and stuff like that, I just don't see them integrating somebody into that. I'm fine with a new vocalist. I'm fine with whatever they decide to do. I asked to get out of work early for this now. Yeah, I literally took today off. I was supposed to work today, which is fine. I wouldn't have made a whole lot of money today, but let's see. Which one was it? One Step Closer. So in particular on this performance is where I noticed it. But in this $2 bill MTV thing from back in the day, they do One Step Closer. Where is it? I don't want the full broadcast. Okay, here we go. And they do the reanimation version. And when you get to the part where I don't remember which part it is, but Mike starts screaming it. It's actually really good. Lex says there's a thing when you invest time and love into a person they did so much for Chester, it's a deep scar and a feeling of failure on your own. And Mike lost a brother and a real brother. It's not easy, but right. And he was pretty hurt with it, and you can see that in the music he did directly in what was it 2018, 2019 or where with Post Traumatic when he did that stuff. He really expresses a lot of his emotion when it comes to what people are expecting of him and what they want for him. And what he's trying to figure out, like he doesn't even know at that point, right? And so I'm sure it took years for him to figure that out. And then they did the Hybrid Theory box set, and that probably, going back and digging back into stuff probably helped. And then the Meteora box set, and then releasing Lost. And then I'm pretty sure with Friendly Fire, because him and Brad went back into the studio and like touched up that song to finish it. So I really think that there was a lot of healing that happened because they got more active again. And it wasn't just him doing solo stuff. It was kind of getting back involved in material that was Linkin Park's. And so maybe now they're ready to like kind of get something going. So somebody knew this one. One Step Closer live in Texas is perfect. But the reason I like this one, it was the Jonathan Davis part of Blood is Pouring, right? I had never seen it before. He started screaming that, and I'm like, yo, what? Mike is back there screaming that backup part of the song. Yeah, they kind of did. It was like a different type of didn't even have any grungy vocals. Yeah, no, you mean like the more hardcore stuff with the last album, they didn't really have the hunt. But you got to remember, it was only an album ago that they did the Hunting Party, which was one of their hardest albums they've ever done. So they did that, and then they did One More Light. So it's not like it wasn't like recent in the sense of like when they put stuff out. Not another damn box set announcement. Hope it's actual new material with boys and maybe singing kind of tired of collector stuff. And I'm a huge fan. Yeah, I got the Hybrid Theory 20th anniversary, the big box set for that. I got the Paper Cuts cassette tape, and I have I have CDs. I've got the Menace Midnight vinyl. I love all that kind of stuff, but I can buy that anytime. We're actually still like 3 years away, even if they did do a 20th anniversary from Menace to Midnight. That would be like 2027. So, like I said, I really don't believe it's anything like that. It's probably the announcement of some sort of live performances, and there could potentially be something to do with new material. This is one like this whole show. If you can go back and look it up, there's actually high quality versions of it. I just wanted this specific song. There's this whole MTV $2 bill show is fantastic. The energy they had, the energy the crowd had is insane. It's a little bit smaller of a venue. It's not like tens of thousands of people, so it's closer and more intimate. But they really put a lot into it. This is like 2003. And then you get to the final two songs, and it's Place for My Head, which was perfect, leading into One Step Closer. And like I said, it gets to the part where Jonathan Davis on the Reanimation version would be singing. But Mike does that part. And I was like watching it one day, I'm like, wait a second. And I was really impressed. I was like, that's cool. I'm sure he's not going to do that now, right? But it was different. I have the boxes. They made me cry. It's like going through a trunk of old memories. Project Revolution pass even broke me. I have a few passes from the LPU days. They streamed on MySpace. Hell yeah. Have all the yeah. Don't call yourself a true fan until you have all the already over sessions in vinyl, and the Zoetrope vinyl, and the Walmart exclusive. I'm 35, so I'm not Gen X. I'm a late millennial, early millennial. I'm gonna turn this up just a sec here. This is so cool. I love this performance. So much energy. The Target exclusive, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, now watch Mike in this part. I like it. That's Mike. Like, bro. I didn't know he, and I mean, obviously that's not Chester level screaming or something. I didn't know he had that in him at all until I saw this. And like I said, I've been watching these guys for 25 years. Like, 100%. He's got a good voice, and he's always had, but he's always saying, the more melodic parts, or he's done his rapping and stuff, right? And I love that stuff too. But I was watching this one day, and I love the whole show. It for some reason never clicked to me that at that last part he's doing the reanimation part in the back. I was like, what? Mike can actually like sing. Wait, what? Oh, you scared me there for a second. I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean the timer exploded? More trolling. Like, no, it's still there. My stuff's just trying to lag now. Wait. That's my end, right? Hang on a second. Come on. Nobody freak out. It's just my stuff slowing down here. Yeah, there. Yeah, see, it just ticked up again. Okay, so nobody. No. Don't start freaking out. Don't start freaking out. No. It's just my internet because it just ticked up again. So it's probably like a lot of people watching it. I'm sure. How many viewers does it have right now? Yeah, there's like 21,000 people on the Linkin Park thing. Yeah. It's kind of. It's for some reason my stuff slowed down. Probably because I'm sitting there trying to play music at the same time. There we go. Well, and well, obviously, people are going to start to once they realize that this is just going to be counting up to another 100 hours. They're all going to tune out eventually. um, Mike's a very underrated rapper. When I listen to songs like "Hands Held High," I think you could write something to the level of Kendrick Lamar if you want. But he also has his life experiences and stuff is just different. They also have a different approach on anything political and social. Like, yeah, they have a little bit of commentary and things, but they're fairly universal concepts, like in Hands Held High. Um, you'll notice with Linkin Park that they don't directly comment in their music on anything political, right? Like Hands Held High or um, Wretches and Kings. You know, there's a lot of these songs where they will talk about concepts like being like anti-war and stuff like that, which we should all be. But then they also have songs like oh my god, why am I blanking? But they'll support like service, you know, things like that. So I like that they stay out of a lot of things that are going on at the moment in the world and focus more on what's going on with like inside of you. I hate the quote fans in their chat. They don't realize how much a troll band the band has always been. I mean, remember all the cryptic shit we had to deal with for an yeah. What was it? A Thousand Suns had a lot of stuff, didn't it? If I remember right. Yeah, Menace Midnight. The whole album was essentially about like human struggles and stuff, you know, but they do it in a way that it's personal. Yeah, they're more about the human experience, right? So they're not trying to come out here and make like a big political statement and talk about taking various sides. Chester even said that at what was it, 2017, in those final shows. Like he would actually say that, like, hey, we don't care who you are, what you come from, what you believe in. We care that you're here, and we're here to have a good time. You know, that kind of thing. Yeah, Minutes to Midnight was crazy. Who remembers the New Divide one? It wasn't quite as cryptic, but New Divide had a website, a web page, and it was like Earth, and there was like this comet looking thing heading for it because it was for Transformers, obviously. Yeah, the Fort Minor stuff was really good. Kinji was good. Slip Out the Back was great. And then, like I said, if you go back, there's some stuff. Oh, great! Now I'm gonna look it up. There's some stuff, like old stuff that they were doing. Let's see. So there's some old stuff that was Mike Shinoda and Joe and I think Brad at the same time. They were doing some of these things way before they were Linkin Park. Like, well, way before, but like by a couple years. But I love this stuff. But he did a lot of this stuff with like Styles of Beyond. Styles of Beyond is in this song. The guy, one of the guys who was in Fort Minor with him. Oh yeah, I dig real deep. I dig real deep when it comes to Linkin Park. Yeah, Ryan Stone's great. I remember rocking to this before Little League. Like he's got some good flow. Oh yeah, Blackbirds is a good one. There's something about this like mid '90s, like this mid '90s vibe that this stuff has. So good. No, Mark Wakefield isn't in this song. This is before they started going for like a more rock sound. Technical difficulties? Technical difficulties. Like restarting the whole the count up. Well, and not only that, but he wasn't like he wasn't necessarily like into like he liked some mainstream stuff, but he was really into the underground stuff back then. Well, he might have like backing vocals, but like Styles of Beyond is literally in this. Like you hear him say it at the beginning. Oh, this one's good. Is this it? Yeah, Kinji and Artificial, which is Mike and Joe, because Joe went by Artificial. No, I don't think it has anything to do with Chester's son. I think Talinda is just showing her support. Like, obviously, she's very tied into the band with, you know, being Chester's wife and having his kids and everything, you know, like, so I think it's really, if I were behind the scenes and I was Linkin Park, if I was Mike, and then even if I was her and knew that they were trying to do something new, I would want to kind of have that out there that, oh, she also posted this stuff. She's also like in support of what they're doing. I like literally anything they do. So Mike Shinoda's solo stuff, I only recently listened to it in full, but I knew I would like it. Like I loved Fort Minor. I loved all the random other, you know, stuff he's done. So anything they basically touch, if these guys are involved. I've always thought, because I was listening to the instrumental for Friendly Fire and the acoustic the acoustic that's brought into that, I'm pretty sure was added. It was what they added in post-production. And listening to that, I'm like, man, Brad's got such a good acoustic guitar. And then when you go listen to the instrumental of Numb Encore, because it's a slightly reworked, it's not as like hard because it's, you know, incorporating the other song. That kind of acoustic style is there as well. And I'm like, man, Brad can play a really beautiful acoustic guitar. And I'm sitting there like, I would, because it would fit his personality, I would literally just listen to an album that is like musings of Brad. And it's like him sitting there plucking the guitar with like the sound of like a rambling creek behind him. And then he just says random things that are on his mind. I would totally be down for that. I hate how pissed off people were with Foo Fighters for quickly replacing the drummer. Thoughts on that? I do think it's interesting that what's his name didn't just do it, because that's what he was. He was a drummer. So, but I my thoughts on it are always, it's not my band. The Twitter countdown is different than the YouTube, so I don't know what that means, but it's different. I'll have to look because I don't really have a way to look at it on here. And yeah, Gray Days. Anything having to do with Zero, Gray Days, Dead by Sunrise, Fort Minor, solo stuff, collaborate, like it doesn't matter. Like I was telling somebody this the other day. You know how in like sci-fi or post-apocalyptic movies, the characters will go out into the wilds, into the Badlands. Like a good example would be the new like Planet of the Apes movie, and they meet somebody who like is obsessive about a certain type of knowledge and information, and they have philosophy on it and all that kind of stuff. That's like how I feel about Linkin Park. I'm like, I'd be the guy out there that somebody would come across, and there'd be like this little temple or shrine, this ancient temple, and they'd see like the Linkin Park logos on it, and they'd be like, what is this? And then they would dig further, and there would be like Zero and Hybrid, and they'd be like, what the heck is this? And then I step out with like a big gray beard and like a cane, and I'm like ready to provide all the information they need for their journey. I don't know how it would actually like help them, but yeah, take this. It's dangerous out there, and it's like a CD case of Linkin Park. Oh, really? I think Dave said before there were some beats he just couldn't do. He can drum, but something there drum. Well, to be fair, I don't think he with Nirvana. I don't think it was like the most complicated drumming ever. So that would make sense. He also said he like learned drumming like without any kind of lessons or anything. So I'm glad they self-censor, because I just I forgot that was in there. Yeah, I don't know about the Gray Days thing. I haven't dug super far into, because I like the stuff from the 90s when it was Chester, but I've never listened to anything beyond that, so I don't know. Mark Wakefield? He was a good singer. Nothing but a basket full of stupids. I don't mind his voice in the demos. He's a good singer, but apparently it didn't hold up very well live, because they would perform as Zero back then a couple times, and it just didn't hold up very well. They didn't do good with it, so he ended up like moving on and becoming like the manager for, I think it was like Taproot or something like that. So I mean, he's had like a good career, and they stay in touch with him, but well, I don't know if it was stage fright or not. I just know that when it came to like performing live, it's a different thing. You know, you can stand in a studio with a microphone and you can sing one way, but then when you get on a stage in front of people and you got to move around, you gotta do all that stuff. Like it's a different thing. That's possible. He had stage, and therefore it didn't work out very well for him. Which is a shame, because I mean, like I said, obviously we ended up getting Chester because of that. So, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, he did move on and get to do his own thing, and then him and the band are still cool and everything. So, the announcement was more numbers. Yeah, Daniel Hickman. The announcement was to start counting back up. Yeah. So, if anybody remembers LimeWire, there wasn't as much stuff available on YouTube back in the day, and so you would find out that, oh, Chester's original band was Gray Days, and well, Dead by Sunrise was good too. But you would find out that, oh, you know what, I'm just gonna do the Zero mixtape. Or a demo tape. Anyways, you would find that out through the internet, right? And you would end up going on LimeWire and downloading it. I did a little bit of FrostWire, not as much LimeWire. I gotta mute my mic and check what the audio levels are on this on my TV. Okay, that's not bad. So I'm working with like a laptop, and I have the reason why my the screen is like this is because I have to have it like split screen between Streamlabs and my browser so that I can see everything. I need to get a second screen. One day, a whole new computer, but I really don't think it's a biography release thing. Going to LimeWire to pirate LimeWire Pro. Can't hear the music too. Gotcha. What a disappointment. Yeah. I mean, it's disappointing, but it's like, should we have expected anything different? No, we're definitely not getting anything today. I think that was the whole idea. Yeah, Dead by Sunrise, really cool. Very different style, which I liked. That was the thing, is I loved Linkin Park, but I loved that each of these guys was their own thing, too. They had their other interests that they would pursue with a side project or whatever, and it was all good. I remember people thinking that they broke up because of it, and I'm like, no, they didn't break up. Like, they weren't doing anything, and Chester went and did Dead by Sunrise, or Mike went and did Fort Minor. There's versions of Carousel and Slip with Mark on the vocals, but it's apparently lost media. I wouldn't mind a female vocalist for like performing the old songs and stuff. There was that one chick that they did. Was it Bleed It Out where he did the Already Over session thing? And he had that chick. I think she's from another band. That's right. She was the one where she joked or something about leaving her band. Everybody's like, "Oh, she's leaving them for Linkin Park." Obviously, that came out and that didn't happen, but. I don't know what her name was, but she was from... No, not Amy Lee. No, it was like some smaller time, more punk rock type band. Because he did the Already Over sessions, where he would do Already Over live. And that girl that did one of them, I thought she was great. She did a really good job. Yeah, and I'm glad it's not Derek either. No, 100%. I feel like there's a lot of people who will continually be like, "Oh, it's going to be this person." We have zero information at all. I don't think that I'll repeat it, like I said, because there's different people here. But I just don't see there being a situation where they bring somebody in full time as a member of the band. I just don't see it as part of it. I feel like there could be somebody or multiple somebodies that they announce are going to tour with them to do live performances of older songs that they would need Chester for. Mike Troll Shinoda. Thank you for the subscription, Colin. So, two biggest shoes to fill, and then again, when you're the same people that did something together for 20 years, and you're so integrated together, your lives, your families, your career, everything is these 6 guys, and then one of them is gone. You don't just go find someone else to replace them. It just doesn't happen. I don't feel like. It's very hard to like bring somebody into the fold to be part of your creative process when you had a creative process for 20 years. Oh yeah. Thanks for jumping in, Lex. Thanks to everybody for jumping in. I've never had this many people in stream, but my streams are not normally like specifically a Linkin Park announcement, so I guess that's a thing. But yeah, 9/5 is my birthday, so I'm kind of hoping if this is all going to play out like we think it is, that would be cool. The difference with Queen and Freddie Mercury is, I mean, they can do what they. I'll always say this: they can do what they want. But honestly, by the time he ended up joining them, Queen was pretty much a cover band anyway. So, some cicada 3301. Yeah, LP and Friends. Like for touring or festival or something, whatever they got up their sleeve, I could totally see like an LP and Friends thing. But for new music, I could totally see it just being like, all right, we got the 5 guys, the instrumentalists, all that stuff, and we have Mike. Yeah, see, that's Mark Wakefield there. I don't think he's bad at all. It just didn't work for him. I'm hoping Rockville's a part of it because I live about 2 hours from where Rockville is. So they purposely glitched the countdown so they can announce it on your... Yeah. When is the announce? So right now, what happened? We're counting back up. It's probably going to go to 99 to 100 hours. And 100 hours from now is on Sunday. 100 hours from now is on Sunday. And if they do another countdown from then... We're like speculating into weird, stuff, but if they did another countdown after counting up to 100, that countdown would end on September 5th, which they also glitched the thing at 9:05 apparently. So the countdown is counting up to midnight in LA. So the video glitched at 9:05 and 2024. Oh my! Oh my God! Hope. I see you there. Hope they announce the singer from Nirvana joined LP. What the hell? Why must Americans making such drama shows every day? I don't know. It gets everybody talking. That's for sure. I think the recounting back up is the announcement for today. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. Well, that's too damn bad. Yeah, they really are, though. I mean, wait, what? Your timer is 20 minutes faster than this timer? What? I'm just live on the YouTube feed. Hang on. I really need to join Mike's or Linkin Park's Discord. They're the same. What are y'all talking about? The Linkin Park one. This is the website. This is the YouTube feed. Okay, the timer did not. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting this stuff from chat. The 9:05 one I saw but didn't know that was what it was. They just posted an announcement on Discord saying it's only a matter of time. Yeah, that's probably the same clip they put on like Instagram and stuff. Which I haven't looked at because I'm here in the chat and on YouTube. Hang on. Okay, so I'm going to go to linkinpark.com. So this is the Linkin Park website, 12617. This is their YouTube thing. It's the same. I love this old stuff, though. Stick and move? Is a stick and move? Mike went so hard on some of this stuff. All right, Daniel, thanks for stopping in. Yeah, and so anybody that's here, and I'm not trying to do like a big promotional thing because of this thing. We should be sitting here talking about Linkin Park's upcoming shows or something, but they trolled us. I have been working on, it's on my channel, the teaser for it, but I'm kind of restarting it. I'm working on a Linkin Park fans retrospective. So it'll be basically the history of the band, their impact, where it seems like they're going, which now we'll actually have more info on that, hopefully. But it's just kind of like my personal, like it'll be objective on like their history and stuff and some of the impact thing, but like obviously it's my perspective on it. So I'm still working on that. I have been for about a year, but I restarted the process. So I am a huge Linkin Park fan. A lot of my posts are about them, and anything that comes up with them, that's what it's about. But beyond that, I usually do like commentary on like movies, video games, news, music, or like service industry stuff, because that's what I work in. Yeah, Colin, the fact that they've been able to keep this under wraps like this, that's actually kind of crazy to me. Saw a Portuguese Linkin Park on the weekend, and they were amazing. Y'all got check it. Oh yeah, yeah. What do you think will happen with the time? With it glitching at the time 9:05, we're all speculating that that means there's going to be an announcement or something on September 5th. Or maybe what they announce will be happening on September 5th. I don't know. So I think it's going to count up to 100 hours, which is sometime Sunday evening for me. And then possibly start counting back down again. The deadline rumor with a female singer? I don't think so. Every time there's been any rumor of a singer, it ends up getting like shot down. So I've just kind of gotten to a point where anything having to do with that subject, I just assume is not actually happening. I hate when people do like fake fake Linkin Park music. That's gonna be an ad. Oh dang. I was lucky enough to meet Chester at meet and greets with LPU, been to 14 shows and 2 dang. Apparently when it glitched, people say the name Bonnie Fraser, but I call it yeah. Oh shit, started. So here's the thing, with all this fandom I have, all this dedication to Linkin Park and everything regarding them for 25 years, I've never been to a show. I've never actually seen them live. I just never got the opportunity when I was younger. You know, just time, money, and resources when I was a kid. Sometimes we were kind of poor. And then as an adult, like when I was a young adult and stuff, I was kind of distracted, had other things going on. Unsubbed, yeah. So unfortunately, yeah, that's where I'm at. And then by the time I probably would have been in a position to see them at some point, Chester died. So yeah, she did. She already said she wasn't going to be in the band. Supposed to go like a few weeks before Chester passed. Yeah, dude. Yeah, 30 seconds in AF. That would be great. I love both those bands. 30 Seconds to Mars and AFI are both good. AFI I'm a lot more casual on, but 30 Seconds to Mars I was a hardcore fan for a while. Loved them. But the combination of them with like Linkin Park. The guys are so down to earth and take time to meet. Yeah, that's what I love. Is there's never been a time that I've ever felt like they think that they're above anybody. Oh, I forgot about the Blink. I forgot about the Blinkin Park thing. Yeah, we all got the horrible. Yeah, I remember because there's only been like two celebrities in the entirety of my life that I've cared enough to like be upset that they died. Paul Walker was one. I actually was kind of upset about that. He's just a good guy. But then Chester, of course. And I was honestly kind of surprised because I thought there would be a part of me that would be selfish and be like, I'm upset because of Linkin Park, you know, the impact it has on me. I was just upset that he was gone, you know. Jared Leto is like he gets a lot of crap for a lot of things, deserved or not. But when it comes to like being a performer and a singer, the guy is top notch. Like Jared Leto's a great performer, and the band that him and his brother put together are just so good over the years. Yeah, I'm 35. I never got to see him. Not live. Well, okay, so I there. It's not live like at a concert or anything. My mother and I actually went back in what was it? I don't remember if it was 2007 or 2008. They did this. What do you call it? Fathom Events thing, where they did a concert in New York, like kind of a smaller venue type concert, and they did like all this camera work and recording and stuff, and they put it in theaters. And my mom and I went to that, and it was freaking sick. The people there, because there was a good amount of people in the theater for it. By the last 2 or 3 songs, people were standing up, like dancing around, jumping around, stuff like it was an actual concert. It was pretty cool. Right, yeah, through his music, through their connection to the fans, the activities of the band, the way they approach everything, you really did feel like their extended family. Meteora signing at Best Buy, nice. Man, I remember Meteora was where my mom finally accepted Linkin Park, and then she became a big fan. Because I was really into Hybrid Theory when it. Whoa! It just dude. 135. Everybody saw that, right? What does 135 mean? Why did it do that? I'm starting to think it's going to be random from now on. Like I don't know. I feel like there could be significance to 905. But what is 135? This is how they're going to keep people This is how they're going to keep people tied into this. Chat has got to be blowing up. I think covers of the songs are great, but again, I just don't think there's ever going to be like a replacement vocalist. That's where I'll stand on it until they actually come out and say, "Hey, we got somebody else in the band." I don't really subscribe to that being like what they're going to do. Why is the chat not showing up? I wanted to see the chat blowing up over there. I actually can't. I don't because the live stream, I can't like click on it and move it anywhere. And when it comes to my stream, I'm sure there's probably some way to do that, but I don't have like an extensive setup. So, oh, there's the chat. Huh. Yeah, well, obviously Mike is probably watching the chat, and Mike, stop baiting us. First glitch 905 and second 135. 95 minutes? Huh? Doesn't make sense. Oh. 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 Oh, that actually makes sense. I'm going to turn the music back on, though. That actually makes sense. That it would be. So it's probably going to do stuff that has to do with 9.5. It's an hour and 35 minutes is 95 minutes. I think the best fit for LP would be someone who isn't a well-known artist already. Amy Lee, too legend. Yeah, well, and Amy Lee, like I said, I like. I don't want to say a whole lot about her because there's people that really like her too. I like Evanescence for the most part. The first album, Fallen, is absolutely legendary, and then I think it was the self-titled album that came out about 10 years later I really liked. But Amy Lee has some personality issues that, other than maybe performing or working on a project or something, I don't see her being like a member of Linkin Park. Linkin Park is a bunch of really chill, normal, nerdy guys, and they don't mesh. I don't feel like they would mesh very well with Toxicity. So there was a picture of Mike standing in front of the 905. What the heck? Natalachi. I don't know how to say your name. The live feed is so you go to linkinpark.com and the feed is there, and then it has a button where you can watch it on YouTube. It's an unlisted live stream. But yeah, it's about the number 95 or 95. So, oh my god, I don't want to get into like conspiracy theory stuff. But 95, could that have to do with it? Because they formed in like 96. The name of the title of the video is quote 0 or null. I don't want to speculate too many things. But yeah, 135 is 95 minutes, so 9.5. Candace, whoa. You were at that show? That's like my favorite performance. I saw Linkin Park at the MTV $2 bill show in Detroit right before me. Holy shit. Yeah, it's electric. When you watch those videos, that's one of the reasons why I love that concert. Like, I've never seen... Like, their shows always have energy. But that one in particular, I watched that and I'm like, this is like peak... Yo, what the heck? That's crazy. Yes, more. Yeah, more. 9.5 is American writing, so September 5th. That's what I'm generally going. Candace, that's sick. I would love to... I'll love to hear more from you about that because that is awesome. That is well, other than maybe the 2011, well, no, sorry, 2011 iTunes Festival show is one of my favorite to watch, and then the September, holy shit, September 5th, 2000 was live at Roxy. But anyways, so beyond that, the $2 bill show is like one of my favorite live performances they do. And when I watch that, I will often joke to people. I'm like, so in the laws of physics, you cannot add any more energy to the universe. All the energy that exists in the universe is what there is permanently forever, right? But during this show, Linkin Park added new energy to the universe. Todd Edwards says, Jessica McDonald, I love you. So whoever Jessica McDonald is, Todd Edwards loves you. Yeah, I don't think so either. Like I said, when you watch it, I don't think sometimes people pay enough attention to what's going on with the crowd energy and how the band feeds off of it and how it goes back and forth. But when you watch at least from the cameras, when you watch the last couple songs, it'll like show the faces of like Brad or Dave as they're like building up to like the climax of like Place for My Head or One Step Closer at the end of that show. And I'm getting excited now just talking to you about it, knowing you were there. But like you see, the camera will like close in on their faces, and you're like, you could see them bracing for what's about to happen. That's the impression I get. Candace, are you on Instagram or Twitter? Jamie Mason. So what happened is the countdown went to 0. We're all expecting something to happen, like a live thing or maybe a video premieres or an announcement premiere or whatever. It did this glitchy thing, and then it started counting back up. And then at the time, 9 minutes and 5 seconds, it did a glitchy thing again. And then I don't know if there was another time. Thank you, Indigo. Just had a point to make. All right, no problem, Todd. And then just a couple minutes ago at 1 hour and 35 minutes, which is 95 minutes, it did a glitchy thing again. So it keeps doing stuff at things that signify 9-5. So whatever that actually means. No. I don't want to hear your... Okay. This is going to get copyright claimed so hardcore. Hopefully it's just copyright claimed, because I can still leave it up if it's claimed. So I really appreciate everyone being here to talk about what's obviously all of our like favorite band, considering most of the content of this stream is just a blank countdown timer. The significance of that is some people thought it's a 0. But apparently it's a mathematical symbol for null. But we think 0 because Linkin Park was 0 before anything else. So see, this is LPU 10. This is LPU X. So interesting. But yeah, so something that just flashed in my head talking about these old live performances. One of my favorite, if not favorite, Linkin Park performance of all, besides the Detroit $2 bill one, is the Live at Roxy from like the year 2000. Like it's like a month, or no, it's like 2 months or whatever before Hybrid Theory actually released. But it's on September 5th, 2000. So maybe there's some kind of significance. I don't know. NRG Stadium, Linkin Park, and 21 Pilots, September 5th. That's what I heard from... Well, Nick Nocturnal. I don't fully follow all of these, all the talking heads of rock and stuff, but I've heard that Nick Nocturnal is not necessarily the most reliable source on things. Only Time Will Tell, 9.5, the null symbol, London Docklands Arena 2001. I just something about so I really like everything having it right. Obviously, all the way up to the final show. The final show itself is super epic, especially the way it ended with all of them like moving down into the front of the stage, you know, and all that kind of stuff. Great, right? Everything across all of it, the way they evolved and grew over 20 years was incredible to watch. But something about going back to the earliest of early things that they all did together as a band, as Linkin Park, and that September 5th 2000 show is one of the earliest ones where we have like real good footage and we have the whole show and stuff, and it was a big turning point for them because it was like at the Roxy Theater, you know, and it was a successful show. So that one to me, because it's so close and early and intimate, like the fans are like 6 inches from their faces, you know, and all this stuff. It's really raw. I love that. But any other performance, I'm 100% into. Doesn't matter what it is. I will explore anything having to do with Linkin Park. I don't want ads. Website is 20. Well, why do people keep saying the website? Because I'll go to the website and it's the same. That's weird. Here, watch. I've done this a couple times now. So linkinpark.com. And it's at 1:48, an hour and 48, and this is the Linkin Park one. And then you go here. This is the YouTube feed, which is the same video they use. But it's the same thing. So if they do reunite, do you think they'll go? No, I think that Mike is pretty well moved beyond the new metal thing. And not because he hates their old sound or anything like that. He's just grown so far past it. And see, I love this demo because it's Mike. This is what I always tell people. Mike does a lot of these demos where he fills in the vocals before Chester even does anything. And when I listen to it, I'm like, I could listen to a whole album of that. Screenshot. I'm on Twitter, and like I'm also on Twitter, Twitch, Instagram. I'm just Rival Indigo everywhere. I just don't know how it would be faster. I'll open up Loudwire. Everybody keeps saying Loudwire, and I don't know. I oftentimes find that I don't trust. Like, bro, does Mike not have an awesome voice? It's not full screen because I have it. My browser has to be like that. Linkin Park countdown ends bizarrely, but here's what you missed. Okay. Well, Maury, that's my expectation, is that if they do new music, new stuff, that it's going to be Mike as the vocalist, primary vocalist. If they tour, then they'll probably, this is my viewpoint, this is like my theory, has been for years. If they tour, it's going to be guest performers will come on to do legacy songs. Candace, LP's Instagram story keeps showing the glitch on loop. Candace, you're on Instagram. Can you add me on there? Or follow me or something so I can find you? The band launched a clock on their website, social media channels. Yeah, so we know that. There's been an immense amount of speculation since then. Let's see. Oh my god, get your video off of my... Thank you. Shared a recording of the timer expiring on social media with the caption, "It's only a matter of time." Yeah, because I'd love to talk to you. For somebody that's been like a Linkin Park fan my entire... Well, I mean, like, anybody can totally go follow me. Believe me. Instagram, Twitter, Twitch. Twitch is just like I randomly do game streaming. But like, and then of course here, I'll talk to anybody or like whatever. It's just specifically like somebody that's like idolized Linkin Park for the 2/3 of their life at this point. I just find that interesting. Yeah, totally fine with Mike being the sole vocalist. Like that to me, it makes sense. It fits the scenario very well, I think. At 9:05, the numbers glitched again for a couple of seconds. Fortunately, some fans were able to capture the moment. And that's funny because I thought it was me. Like, I thought it was me switching the browser. Apparently, sitting was behind the numbers 9 and 5. That could be a time and date, September 5th, which is next Thursday. A number of days or anything. We can't say for sure just yet, but it seems that we'll be learning more at some point soon. Mike Shinoda seems to enjoy the guessing game, though, as some noticed. Oh, gosh, he was in the chat. Such a effing troll, Linkin Park. And that's great, because I didn't get to see that. That's awesome to be able to actually see it. Let me see. Find another song here. Oh, here we go. Actually, I could have just hit this playlist. Hit the playlist. Okay. Anyways, back to this. And it's just started counting upwards. FFS. Okay. Okay, so yeah, Loudwire just had like what we basically already... Loudwire, whatever. Basically just said what we already kind of knew. Of course, then we saw it again. So people are going to... I guarantee you, at any kind of interval that has something to do with 9/5, it's probably going to do the glitch thing. What if they're working on a new album? I don't think that would be... I think if anything, they're going to announce potentially a festival or a performance. It could be a title of a song or an album. Yeah, that's true. A festival or performance. Yeah, or like a... So I think a tour thing could have to do with the little null symbol or zero thing. Like if they're going to name a project or a tour or something, it could have to do with zero. Could be like Project Zero or something. I don't know. Matter of Time could be like the name of a track or an album. It could also just be an announcement that, hey, we're back in the studio. Because they've been busy in the sense of like over the last 4 years, they had 2 20th anniversary releases, right? You had the Hybrid Theory release and you had Meteora, and that involves to some extent everybody, but to a greater extent Mike and Brad, and then Dave. So the structure of the band is interesting. A lot of people have this idea that Chester was like the band, and he wrote all the lyrics and everything was about him and blah, blah, blah. Well, actually, the vast majority of the time, the creative aspect was Mike starting it off, and then there would be like Brad and everybody. Chester would be involved, of course. Like, it's not to take anything from Chester at all, but Mike is a lot of times the idea guy, right? And then Brad was obviously part of that. And when it comes to running of the business, Brad and Dave are very much involved in that stuff. So they weren't just sitting around doing nothing the last 4 years when it comes to the Hybrid Theory and Meteora re-releases. and then of course the Paper Cuts project. So, and then Mike and Brad went back to the studio to finish up Friendly Fire. I actually think when you watch that video and you listen to the song and then you listen to the instrumentals, they commented that well, the song wasn't quite where we wanted it to put it on the album, and we had to do a little bit of touching up and stuff. I fully believe that there's a part where there's a little bit of backing vocals to Chester from Mike, and I think that was added in post-production, so before they released the song. And the acoustic guitar, like, that goes through the entire song, I think that was added as well, because you actually see in the making of that Brad is sitting there playing the guitar. So they got back into the studio together and kind of got the juices flowing a little bit. And so if anything, I feel like it was kind of that made them go, maybe we are ready for this, Randy Schmitz. No, and the thing is that's true. Like, they do a lot of that, but honestly, it's we eat good because of it. Like, there's something for every fan they want. I may not have wanted to get the CD for Paper Cuts because I prefer to listen to the albums whole, so I don't really listen to the singles as much. But I still, you know what? They have a cassette, and that's a neat throwback. It's a great collectible, kind of unique, so I bought a cassette of Paper Cuts, So it kind of makes sure that everybody involved has access to something that fits their collection or interest for the band. So I don't really have a big problem with that. Yeah, that was well, it was one of the Meteora demos. I'm just playing through this LPU 9 demo thing. Oh my god, I love the Faint. The Faint demo is almost better than the regular one for me. Well, what do we mean by pulling a Slipknot, though? Because Slipknot, there's like one member of the band still, right, that existed before. '06 Luca 23. I would love to answer that, because I the fact that you're asking it as like a discussion thing and not like oh my god, this is terrible, and I think that's good. I think there's a lot of discussion that like members of the community could have and it not be like attacking anything. So you feel like it's their worst album. My question is, well, what do you mean by worst? Do you mean like it doesn't fit like your interest as much, Because when I look at it, it's a very high quality, well put together piece of media, like piece of music, as an album. So I don't think it's worse in a quality sense. It's very well made. It's got their creative things like that, When it comes to does it fit your preferences, totally cool. If you think it's their worst album, then yeah, it's probably the least from what you would like, probably the furthest from what you expect or want to hear from them, especially after the Hunting Party being extremely like heavy for Linkin Park. I can understand that. I love One More Light. To me, I always have Hybrid Theory. I always have Meteora. I always have Minutes to Midnight, and then going forward, 1,000 Suns, Living Things, Hunting Party, etc. We have this like plethora of music from this band that goes across the entire creative range that they have. So I'm okay with them having things that are different. That I can, so if I don't want to necessarily hear new metal at one point, or like a good hard rock album or a more electronica rock album, if I don't necessarily want to hear a specific type of thing, I still have an option within Linkin Park to hear something different, It's worse because the whole album. Okay, so that's fine. Like your preference is you don't like pop. You don't want a poppy sound or a pop rock sound, which is basically what that is. It's not up to your standards when it comes to Linkin Park. It is by far their worst album, Linkin, but it's still an album like. So yeah, okay. So right there, that's what I'm gonna say. You guys totally those are totally valid opinions. You don't like it because it sounds like this, because you have a preference for something else. It's kind of like me. There's a lot of stuff out there I just do not like, and I won't listen to. But yeah, but like Maury, this is good though, because it's fine to see like that's my preference. I think they're worst because it's the furthest from what I want from Linkin Park. That's totally acceptable. For me personally, like I said, I like it because it's more Linkin Park, and I know that sounds NPC, but what I mean is like I like a pretty wide variety of music. And so if I happen to be in the mood to listen to something that is like pop rock or not as hardcore or not as heavy or whatever, I have an option for that that's still Linkin Park. Does that make sense? Oh, basic Todd. So back to the Slipknot thing. Oh, what is this? Oh, By Myself demo. Okay. I don't remember this from the re-release. That's good. Oh, this is yummy. All right, so Todd was saying basically teasing the fans in the way Slipknot just got done doing, and not only Slipknot necessarily, but they would be okay. So I didn't know that. I really like Slipknot, or at least liked Slipknot when there was more of Slipknot still in Slipknot. I don't have anything against them. I actually think what's his name is a really great lead and performer. But that makes sense if that's what they were doing too. Chester's voice was so clear and clean on One More Light. So that is something I do like about it, though. Stop lagging. So Friendly Fire, it's probably a lot of people's least liked Linkin Park single because of what we just talked about. Corey Taylor. Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been so keyed in on anything Linkin Park for so long that like other bands just haven't existed. Oh yeah. Nat, how do you say your name? Nat. I'm just gonna call you Nat. Uh, Chester screams more than his singing, and no, that's great. But at the same time, I like having a full range of stuff from them. Like my thing is, if they do something, I want to hear it. If they change something, I want to hear it because it's from them, and I know that they have such a breadth of creative ability and musical talent. Corey Taylor wasn't an original member. I mean, to be fair, neither was Chester. Oh. Natalakai. Okay. A7X. Yeah, I like them. Oh, shoot. Why? I have it muted. The song's already started. Everything's popping up on me. Coming out of Living Things and A Thousand Suns and stuff. Welcome to Rockville 2025. Actually, I do want to kind of look at that. With what was I saying? With the Hunting Party being so heavy in comparison, and then the next album being like a pop rock album, which is what it is. I got no problem calling it that, but it's a Linkin Park pop rock album, so it's better than everybody else's pop rock album. But anyways, I could see where to somebody that would be like such a drastic change, they may not like it'd be hard for them to accept it, right? Which is fine. I don't fault anybody for that. Yeah, Chester was our generation's Freddie Mercury. Yeah, by far. Freddie Mercury is by far the most talented. Oh, and here's more Mike singing. God, I love it. I love hearing Mike sing. Anyways, Freddie Mercury is by far the most talented natural singer, the range, everything. And if he had been like 10 to 15 years later, he might have been singing raspy, hardcore, screaming stuff like Chester did. Yo, what? That is good. I think next glitch is at 209.05. I think they're doing glitches that in total somehow equal 9.5. Dude, listen. Mike has some range. It's just different. It's not like Screamo. Right, Maury. The moment the moment LP enters a genre, everyone else becomes second best. Literally. Every time. Like in the Hunting Party, for instance, there's a couple of those tracks that are basically punk rock songs. Like, what is it? War? I think it's War. It's basically a... Yeah, give me a whole album of this and I'm good. I'm totally good with it. But anyways, when I hear that... Yeah, September 5th, 2000 was a concert by Linkin. Yeah, correct, GOC. That we were just talking about that earlier. That's like my favorite of their live performances, live at the Roxy. Bro, I like Blackpink. So, I don't know how to feel about that. Well, I'm lost now. I have no idea when this ends. It probably ends in 100 hours with the next countdown of 100 hours. I heard the announcement is they are doing a song with Blackpink. Look, man, I'm okay with collaborating with anybody and doing whatever. Who was it? Bring Me the Horizon that did... I mean, obviously it's not like K-pop. But what was it? Baby Metal? That was sick. It would be extremely funny and kind of epic, honestly. I mean, yeah, if they like say they brought on like the girls of Blackpink and they do kind of like a rock metal type song. These puns are out of control right now. Well, that's just Linkin Park fans. Fun fact, in the end drops in Fort... Oh my god, don't say crap like that. But does it really? That's going to be crazy. Hell yeah, Linkin Park and Baby Metal would be great for us. Yeah. The only K-pop I'd ever listened to. I listened to a lot of it. So you got the side of me that's over here like Linkin Park and In This Moment and Limp Bizkit, Static X, Nine Inch Nails. Like that's like the stuff I listen to, right? But then I'm over here and I'm like, yeah, aespa, Blackpink, 4 Minute, Girls' Generation, whatever. You know, the whole K-pop chicks, basically. Exactly the same. Well, and I think that's what it was, because growing up, we listened to a pretty good variety of stuff. Like I said, I was a kid in the 90s and the early 2000s as a teenager. It was like classic rock. My parents were listening to like classic rock, but also stuff like Michael Jackson and Paula Abdul, and just like a whole bunch of like 90s pop, and then the 2000s and stuff was when I became like a hardcore Linkin Park fan. But that opened me up into like all these other genres of rock, and then just like electronic stuff. And then down the road, I guess I was just more open to other genres and stuff. I mean, I'm sorry if you feel like that, Eric. I think that the vast majority of fans are like... I think the vast majority of fans are kind of there for the laugh, so... Thoughts on Nine Inch Nails doing the music? Oh, yes. I saw that and I immediately like sent it to all my friends. I'm like, bro, this is going to be sick. Nine Inch Nails is probably my second favorite musical artist of any sort after Linkin Park. So... I really liked Daft Punk doing the music for the first Tron. Well, not first Tron, you know what I mean. Tron Legacy. So having Nine Inch Nails doing one, it's going to be amazing. Trent Reznor is like the industrial version of Mike Shinoda, in my opinion. Like everything he does, I'm interested in because the process in his mind and his creativity. Yeah, I love stuff like Boston, Foghat, Creedence Clearwater. Not a bunch of the hair bands, but Jessica Marie, thank you for subscribing. That's not the Jessica the guy was talking about earlier, was it? Oh no, it was like McDonald or something. Guns N' Roses is good though. I love that Rock Am Ring thing where Chester starts singing Guns N' Roses and Brad's over there like he starts strumming it, right? And then Rob's doing the drums a little bit, and for a moment there, you look at Brad, and he's like, "Wait, are we doing this?" Like you can kind of see it in his face, like he thinks they're about to do the whole song. Caden Games, I'm pretty sure everyone here got into music because of Linkin Park. I mean, it's a big one, right? Like for many people, it was kind of like your breakthrough into a lot of other genres and styles and stuff too. Even if you already listened to other things, Linkin Park kind of changed it all. Oh yeah, the guy who did the Doom music. Yeah, he's fantastic. If he did a project like a movie or something, that'd be really cool. I'm the Jessica Todd was talking about. Jessica Marie. I thought his message was like Jessica McDonald or something like that. I don't remember it. Mick Gordon, yeah. System of a Down is a great one. Deftones. I love this song, by the way. This is a fantastic song. I love you too, Todd Edwards. Cell Dweller, yeah. Holy cow. See, this is what I like about the Linkin Park community. Okay, so Todd Edwards, if you're still here, or if you were to see this later, Jessica Marie says she also loves you. Cell Dweller, I discovered playing Need for Speed Most Wanted. The original one. There was a Cell Dweller song on it, and it was sick. Right? And see, that's the thing, is you're going to see people that know that name. Chester Cheeto Puff is the new singer. Mark my words. Unearthly Whales. I've seen your name somewhere before, and I don't think it was on my channel. Are you on Twitter? I might have seen you in the comments on LP Live or something like that. I'm not on Twitter. I like my sanity. I mean, there's truth to that. That's why I fully understand Rob not being on social media at all. I'm like, you know what? Good for you. And then even like Brad, he has his official accounts, but he doesn't do anything on them. Totally get that. But I swear I've seen your name somewhere. I don't remember. Wait a minute. I might be confusing your name with somebody in The First Descendant that I've seen in the lobby or something. That's funny. Ice Nine Kills. Yes. Ice Nine Kills is good. I like them. Ice Nine Kills, Falling in Reverse. I know he's controversial, but whatever. The music is freaking amazing. There is some new stuff I like. Memphis May Fire is pretty good. I wanted Cell Dweller to do an out. Well, and Cell Dweller is one of those types of groups that they totally would work with too. This feels like it got louder. I don't know how. Because he's like one of those underground electronic / metal / rap, you know, like any of those kinds of like underground, like lesser known type things, they had a tendency to work with. Joe Biden's the new thing. Unfortunately, we need somebody who's alive, and that's why we don't have Chester. So What if it's just an album? Okay, so Jordy, that's not a bad point. Like I said, collaborations I think are possible for sure. Um, I just think that Mike Shinoda himself is very capable of leading the band with his vocals, and because Linkin Park always changes, like they always like evolve and grow and do new things and experiment with new things, like we discussed already, the difference in their genres and stuff. I think they would be fully capable of just evolving their sound to fit around Mike as the lead vocalist, changing their style and how they do their singing. But 100% there's room to do collaborations. Like obviously they did on One More Light. But to be a better example, like the Hunting Party, they had other vocalists, they had other guitarists. You know, there was actually a lot of cool stuff on there. Gabrielle Norholt says, "Well, I'm from Denmark, and here it means island. Parkway Drive's okay, if it's any help." It's an interesting idea. I think it's more because it's a mathematical symbol, so it either means 0 or null in math, I think. So I think that's considering the tie to 0 with the band. I think that's likely. Linkin Park, Cell Dweller, and Make Me Start Liking Music. Yeah. Reanimation Part 2. Kamalo's Evanescence News. What the hell? Rage Against the Machine, Nirvana. Metallica is one. Well, Avenged Sevenfold I've always liked, but Metallica is one for me that is more recent. I've always like heard their stuff and be like, yeah, they're good, but whatever, you know. But then I went to Walmart one day and they had the Black Album remaster on sale for $5. So I was like, all right, why not? And I had a CD player in my car. So I started listening to it. I'm like, you know, this is a lot better than I've always thought of Metallica, you know? And then the new album came out, and I know a lot of people like, oh, it's not as good, but I think it's really good. I really like their new album. So recently I became more into it. Oh no, Jordy, I like I said, I don't think Mike is a Chester singer, and I don't think he has that kind of range. I think he has a totally different kind of range and style. But considering even Linkin Park with Chester didn't really do the whole screaming thing when it came to like One More Light, I could see them just kind of retooling their sound and what they're trying to achieve around Mike. Metalheads Before the Net, totally different world. But when it comes to it, yeah, they could totally bring on collaboration, like other rock or metal singers to do stuff with them. I think that would be interesting. Linkin Park is my Metallica. Yeah, 100%. Rare Americans is good. Oh, you know what? So speaking of, so I'll get into that in a minute. I actually need to take a second. I gotta use the restroom real quick, but I'm gonna leave this up and I will be right back. I will be right back. It should keep playing the music. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I see everybody left. All right, what we got going on? Well, Randy, you probably shouldn't put that into the chat. My chat's not moving quite as fast as Linkin Park's over here, so... Why is it counting up? Because Mike's a troll. Post Malone is Linkin Park's new singer. Well, I mean, Caden, so like I said, on the hunting party, they had a bunch of other people they worked with. Tom Morello, there was a couple singers. And then if you go all the way back to Reanimation, obviously it wasn't like a studio album, it was a remix album. But they had people like Jonathan Davis and Stained, the singer from Stained, like featured on that, and it was really good. So I could totally see something where, even if it's just a couple tracks or something. Now we're getting way ahead of ourselves here, by the way. We're getting really far ahead of ourselves by just assuming there's an album and all this kind of stuff. It literally could Paige Hamilton. Yeah, that's the one. I was going to say Helmet, but I couldn't remember fully, and I didn't want to say something and be like wrong. So I was like, just don't say anything. Well, probably 100 hours. Ooh, Smashing Pumpkins. That'd be cool. Feels like it'd be a fairly... Aaron Lewis. The new Stained album that came out last year is excellent. Excellent. I mean, I could see Ryan Reynolds maybe as a featured performer. It'd be kind of interesting. Well, unfortunately, I think Chris and Chester would have to be alive for that. But I think with the Talinda thing, it's mostly a show of support type thing. Because there's a lot of fans that have, and it's not necessarily wrong, but they have a lot of reservations about the band doing anything without Chester. So I think how Talinda supporting it in any kind of way is kind of meant to say, hey, look, this is okay with like his family. Oh, dude, Linkin Park and Dead by Daylight, that'd be so cool. Why is this ad? Okay, whatever. Okay, Exotic Loot. Mike Trollnoda has awoken. He's behind the count up. What went on with the countdown? As it counted down, it glitched and started counting back up. So... And then at least twice now at 9:05 and then at an hour and 35, which is 95 minutes. It did a little glitchy thing on the screen. So it has something to do with the numbers 9 and 5, it seems, which could potentially mean September 5th. Bro, Sugar Ray. I actually liked Sugar Ray back in the day. They had a couple cool songs. That would be cool, but I always think about these things like butterfly effect type things, right? Would Chester have even ended up a singer in Linkin Park if Kurt were still alive? Just stuff like that. Like when you change something little about history or kind of big about history, I guess, it changes how other things play out too. So. Timer ends. We see Mike. He smiles and says, "Hey, LP fans, I'm the new lead singer." That would actually be awesome. I'm so for that, though. Just that alone would be like a really cool announcement. Like, what's up, guys? This is Mike from Linkin Park. You got like really high expectations for things. It's been a crazy few years. Had a lot going on, blah, 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 blah. And he goes, so the big announcement today is I'm the new lead singer from Linkin Park. See you later, Like, well, Mike, that was what I was hoping for. No, if the timer counts up to 100 hours, that will be Sunday evening here. Well, at least in the East Coast in the U.S. So it would be sometime Sunday at 100 hours. Now, September 5th would then be another 100 hours. So my thought here is it counts up to 100. Then it starts another countdown, and that is September 5th. Possibly. Considering the apparent emphasis on 9/5. That's kind of what I'm thinking. That would be serious trolling. I mean, obviously, we wanna assume things that are related to. I thought I deleted that message. Why does it still show? Obviously, people want to assume things are tied into like previous Linkin Park things. Makes sense. $2 to $5 partners. That's the lead singer. But it doesn't actually like work out that way. Because here in East Coast, 100 hours from now is like 6:15 p.m. on Sunday. And so even if you were to go West Coast, that would still be like 3:15. So. Ray C. Derek Whibley already, like the day that rumor started, he already came out and said, I have nothing to do with any of that. He said, I'm not joining Oasis. I'm not joining Linkin Park. Yeah, so in total, it would be 300 hours. What the heck? Also, I don't know what the 15 minutes after is either, like why they chose to go with that. I just realized there's no music playing. Let's see. There is thunder outside my place. So the Oasis reunion thing is interesting to me just because I've never followed anything outside of Wonderwall. I'm one of those people. What the heck is that? What's that fan album that was made for Hunting Party? It's amazing. I was just gonna put that on in the background, but I can't remember what it's called. 14 or 15 years? Is that how long it's been since Oasis?
Sorry, I reserved this seat on Open Table. They said I had 90 minutes. Yeah, black coffee and stevia.
I love Brad. I fucking love Brad.
Hey everybody, thanks for tuning in. Smash this thing. Smash that follow and like.
That's the unboxing thing. Yo, it highlighted it. Did y'all see that? That's crazy. I wonder if YouTube just hears him say that and highlights it.
singles collection, greatest hits album release.
I feel like unboxing is a misleading term.
It kind of is. It kind
right?
of is.
Because you're not boxing.
All right, Weez and Lulu, thanks for stopping by. More than likely, I'll cover that. I'll cover the next time it flips over and starts counting down, because I'm off on Sunday as well. So, and there's no football this Sunday, I don't think. So, I'll end up I'll do a stream for that one too. Thanks, Linkin Park, for giving me more reasons to stream. I think the last time I did a stream was months ago, like 3-4 months ago. But normally when I stream, it's like kind of kind of like this. It's like a just chatting type thing, but it's not specifically about like Linkin Park or anything like that. There's thunder rumbling outside my house. I think I got a storm coming.
On the website, linkinpark.com.
I saw the different formats online, and they look very good.
I know that you have not. I've actually seen. I've only seen
saw a
one of
picture
them
online. That was it.
Let's see, 2 hours 36 minutes.
digitally. You haven't seen that in person. I've seen one of these things in person.
So if anybody's familiar with Nine Inch Nails, y'all remember any of the year zero stuff? You want to talk about trolling and like meta stuff and ARG type stuff? That was it.
In case it wasn't clear.
All right, I'm gonna let you do this part. I've done.
Like that stuff was crazy.
Does everyone get this?
What if we did like 10 minutes of just this ASMR?
I think we'd still watch it, honestly.
I don't think that's ASMR. I think it's like
Reddit just crashed. What the hell?
very unsettling.
God, now I want a Linkin Park ARG. But do you remember that? Were you around for it? Because I'm a big Nine Inch Nails fan, and I remember when all that weird stuff started happening. When you really dig into the lore and the story of it, it's kind of crazy.
You thought that was the thing. With every purchase of bubble wrap, you actually get a freebie. You get something else. One of them.
I have the cassette. I love the cassette. It's so great. Yeah, Year Zero is a great album. Especially when you know the universe that it's talking about, like the whole storyline and everything. And then you go listen to it. It's really crazy.
That way you know it's new. If we're supposed to take off the plastic, nod yes.
But yeah, I didn't want to get the CD because I was like, I don't really want to listen to the singles like that. And I've already got.
Real answer. Real truthful answer.
Like I can listen to the singles like digitally. When it comes to if I'm going to listen to a CD, I like to hear the whole albums. Thanks for the subscription, Noah. I like to listen to the whole albums. So my compromise was I wanted something that was a commemorative of paper cuts. I was like, a cassette. Like, when was the last time anybody had a cassette?
Details of life in general, or if he's completely missing the point of this exercise.
They're the new owners of Reddit, backed by Elon Musk. Maury. So Maury, yeah, if you look up the Nine Inch Nails Year Zero, there's the album. It's really good. Like if you like industrial, if you like Nine Inch Nails, whatever, the album itself is really good just to listen to straight like that. But there's this massive ARG that they did, and the lore that they came up with for it was really, really awesome. Like incredibly deep storyline and a whole bunch of little storylines.
Consider this disc unboxed. Thank you, Zoe. Ooh, there's more. You know what's dope?
This one.
Is that. Look,
Yeah.
I like that.
This one is
Is this texture or is this just the plastic?
Wait a minute. We should do that one last. All right. Opening the thing.
I feel like part of the secret to unboxing is you just open stuff. You don't have to like talk about everything. It's more.
Some unboxing videos don't have any words. We're doing it all wrong.
You
I
could
think.
mute us right now, and then you would just see the actual
And you'd
unboxing,
have a
and you
much-
wouldn't have to listen to this.
It would be a much higher quality experience.
Ooh.
I'm just gonna.
Twitter has exclusive rights to Linkin Park.
Take the whole thing off.
Cassette of like a single cassette. That's really cool.
Singles collection. This is very elegant.
I've always thought it'd be awesome because I know some of them float around out there. But one of the things they did back in the day, I was talking about how Linkin Park and Mike in particular are very savvy when it comes to like internet stuff, right? Because back in the day, one of the early ways that they promoted themselves was through internet and through like email listings and stuff, email lists and stuff. And obviously he would talk about how they would literally mail like cassette tapes to kids across the country back when for their like hybrid theory like demos and stuff like that to just kind of spread the word early on. And I've always thought it'd be cool like get your hands on one of those.
So you don't get lost. They're numbered. They're numbered.
The only way you could really screw this up is if you put
But you don't know the
wrong
songs
record.
here because they're this.
So I love all that stuff from back in the day. Anything having to do with them. I've gone on eBay just thinking like, what random thing could I get as a collectible? I'm like, oh, I want like a Brad Delson guitar pick, like from a show, you know, and they're out there, you know, there's tons of that stuff. So
You can refer to this, and then they're not smudged.
I think their copy, hopefully their
Or you
copy
can look on the back.
will be okay.
While you're listening to music, you could look at the back. Ooh. I feel like we should do that
This
at
is
the
the,
same time.
okay, ready?
1, 2, 3.
oh, more than likely.
Standard
Well, actually I know
production credits.
These is the standard one. I thought there was one with different colorways.
I know that like the cassettes for like the Zero demos from way back in the day are were really expensive. But
I like it. Classic.
This is the classic black.
it is interesting. Somebody said that. You know what would make this weight better is if there was Linkin Park music. It is interesting that they don't have any music playing. And I wonder if there's I'm sure there's a reason for it.
There you go.
Because they could literally just have some sort of backing music. But
All right, Brad.
What's next? There's a lot in here.
This one I'm very excited about.
the cassette, right? Yes.
I love a good cassette. I feel like the audio quality is better on cassette. What do you think?
It's definitively not, but it is a
It's definitively not. Well, that just depends on perspective, I guess. When it comes to technical level, yes. The clarity and fidelity and stuff is going to be better. Right, Maury, that's what I was thinking, to play new music. Or a tease of new music, perhaps. But what Brad might mean there is his experience of the music is better on cassette because it has a different texture when you listen on vinyl and cassette and CD and etc. So the different physical medias are going to have different texture to the sound. So even though it might not have the level of fidelity of a CD, the experience of listening to it might be better.
look at the cassette.
So what do I do with this?
Wait,
Right. You just
is my cassette transparent?
do that.
Yeah. That's
It is. I don't know why I didn't notice that.
It's like a little piece of art.
it sounds
Like obviously the case is, but I didn't even notice that the cassette itself was.
Strongly that this isn't the highest fidelity format, but I feel like there's an intimacy with this that you
Exactly.
you can't get anywhere else.
sounds different than I remember.
It's a little different.
Yeah, there's always been like a level of
If you'd asked me
anime and like Gundam, obviously, like a kind of sci-fi and anime stuff blended in there.
That's a pro fold. You pay extra for that, right?
Yeah. All right. I love that.
I don't think it'll be like either. I think it'll be just something new. Like, but if you're using that as like a spectrum of heavy and not heavy, then I honestly believe that what they're going to do is going to be on the less heavy side.
Wow, that's slick.
But that doesn't mean it won't have influences, that kind of thing. I don't think it'll necessarily be like One More Light or like Nu Metal or Hybrid Theory Meteora. It'll be like a new thing because every single album is different. So,
QWERTY on the sticker.
because even Meteora, even though it is nu metal, everybody's got this 9/5 birthday, huh? When did everybody get my birthday?
Okay, I'll pull out this disc.
Is everybody me?
Okay.
Is this that like the dead internet thing where like I'm actually the only person on the internet and everybody else is like a
Oh.
There she is. There's Zoe.
I do like the Zoe Trope vinyl.
Zoe Trope. So when
They missed mine by a week. But every single album, like even when you go back to Meteora, it is new metal, like Hybrid Theory, but it's very different new metal. Hybrid Theory is a lot more like your closer to the roots of new metal. It's got much more of that groovy side to it, and like the ambience that new metal had then. Meteora is definitely still new metal, but it's like an evolution out of the genre of new metal and into what Linkin Park is as new metal. It's definitely different. Um, and every album since has been different than the others. You can go to the Hunting Party and say, "Oh, this is like their heaviest album since Meteora," but it's heavy in a completely different way, right? So whatever comes next, I don't think it's necessarily going to be, oh, is it like this or is it like that? It's going to be different than all of it. But if you're asking like a spectrum of heavy to light, I think it will be on the lighter end, but we don't know. Just don't know. Brad might suddenly be like, I need some really some really fun guitar riffs here.
Whoa, where did that come from? I'll never know it's there.
These guys are such nerds.
Brad, are you ready?
I technically am running it all now. Thank you, Buster and Music Hall of Fame.
Abracadabra. Abracashmaperputz. Paper cuts.
Brad would say that. Brad would say that.
Down to 60 seconds. We'll make it good.
Okay, there's a fan album of the Hunting Party, and it's like kind of a reworking of everything, Reanimation-ish, and it's absolutely amazing. It was so good that Linkin Park actually got the rights. Essentially, they went and got the licensing to publish it under the LPU, and I can't remember what the heck it's called because I wanted to put that on in the background. Dang. No, not the Soldier. I know who you're talking. Like, there's an account that's like the Soldier that does a lot of stuff, but it's I might just have to. Why is this so hard to find? I feel like it was like easy before. Let me see. Maybe I could just do the Hunting Party. That is so weird. That's so weird. It's normally like really easy to find. It's normally really easy to find. Like literally, a bunch of like they were music artists and stuff, but they're like fans, not like music, like popular music or anything like that. But they basically did a full reworking of the album using the Hunting Party. And it's really, really good. But then Linkin Park liked it so much and it was so well received that they like got the licensing, and then they published it under the LPU to fans. And I don't know why I can't find it because I just wanted to put that on in the background. I like listen to it all the time, but I just can't remember what it was called. That is so weird. Well, I might just grab some random music to put on. Acapellas and instrumentals. Man, it's usually super easy to find. Wow. I just can't remember what it's called. With countdown as the lyrics of In the End points to it. Huh. Interesting. You know, the funny thing is now everybody is expecting, okay, so now it's counting up. So what do you think is going to happen on the end? Probably going to be a countdown, right? But what if it doesn't? Like what if like we're all saying like, yeah, it's just going to count down from there, and then you get to it and it's like, nope, it actually they announced something on the count up. But yeah, I don't know. It's been an interesting journey the last, like I said, probably 4 years. You know what's great about it too is like we're all you miss the presence of Chester, and you miss them touring and having new music, because you're thinking it's been 7 years, right? Over the last 7+ years, almost 8 years now, they probably would have put out 2 to 3 more studio albums. You know? Because 2017 they put out an album. Probably in 2 to 3 years after that they would have put out another album, and then 2 to 3. You know, we probably would have had 2 to 3 new albums over the last few years. So it's interesting to like sit there and think of like what that absence is, but it's also been filled. Watch the countdown to the end of the day. Yeah. He's ticking our life away, Mike. Why are you're ticking our lives away? But yeah, even in the absence, even without the new music, even without the touring and shows, and without Chester, there's still been things. 2020 was only 3 years after he's gone, and we got the Hybrid Theory release, and then of course in 2023 we got the Meteor one. Lost was amazing to have that come out and like top the charts, like run the show of rock, and then the Guilty All This, or not Guilty All the Same. But like, and then of course with the run up to Paper Cuts and getting all the 4K remasters of the music videos, that's actually legit. Like, it's really good. I bought the Hybrid Theory one. I don't know if I have a photo on my Instagram anywhere, but I have the Hybrid Theory one. I had when I first got it. Actually, it was given to me as a birthday present, now that I think about it, on 9/5 back in 2020. This is not the end. This is not the beginning. That's true. But somebody got me the Hybrid Theory box set for my birthday. I opened it once. Pulled everything out once. Looked at it all. Held it in my hands. Thought it was great. And it's all been back in the box, closed up ever since then. I have not opened it since. I even still have it in the box that it shipped in, with like the foam inserts that hold the corners of the whole thing and stuff, right? And I every so often I'll just open it up and look and be like, there it is. And then close it back up. I'm like, that's just too precious of a thing for me to be messing with all the time. So it's only been opened once and gone through, looked at everything. I don't have the Meteora one yet. I still want to get that eventually. That one I might just leave sealed because I don't really need to open it up, but I did get the Paper Cuts cassette. I'm happy about that. thoughts on what's going on. So I'm sure for the people that have been here, they've already heard this a few times. It stands in my living room watching over my house. Yeah, ideally, I'd like to get a glass case, like a glass display case, to set the box in. Maybe something with like UV protection or something, because that's one of the reasons I leave it in the box is I worry about light. And then put it in that, and that way I can have it out on a shelf or on a desk or something displayed, but it's safe, right? So maybe one day. My idea on what's going on, as people that have been here for a while probably have heard several times now. I feel like it's going to count up 100 hours, which is like sometime in the afternoon on Sunday. And then it's going to count down again, which would lead to September 5th. And we've had 2 glitches. One was, of course, when it flipped over. The other one, well, we've had 3. The other one was on when it said 9 minutes and 5 seconds, which is 9:05, of course. And the next time was at an hour and 35 minutes, which is 95 minutes, 9:05. So to me, all these things are like combining to say 9:05 means something. 9:05 would be general speak here in the US is like September 5th. No, there's been no other glitches. In fact, I didn't even think the one at 9:05 was actually a glitch in the stream. I thought it was a glitch on my part because I had the tab open over like this, and then when I tabbed back, it did the glitchy thing. So I thought it was me. But yeah, there's only been the 2. At 9 minutes, 5 seconds, and an hour and 35 minutes. Both of those signifying 9:05 in some way. So September 5th might be a reason. Tying back into Linkin Park history, like somebody else mentioned earlier, 9/5/2000 was when they performed at the Roxy. There's a really good live performance there. 9/5 also happens to be my birthday, so it could coincide with that. Just saying. Rare Americans. Yeah, it's probably, so more than likely, because I have like YouTube music, and I'm probably this evening going to go hop on the treadmill. And so it's probably something I'll throw on my headphones to listen to then. I feel like during the Linkin Park thing, I'm just going to have Linkin Park going. Well, during the Linkin Park thing, there is no Linkin Park thing. We got this wonderful countdown or count up timer here. I do want to go like mention Mike at some point somewhere and be like, "Hey, appreciate the stream content and the fact that I'm gonna have to do this probably twice more during the lack of Linkin Park thing." Well, it's funny because with the music playing in the background, especially with it being instrumental, I kind of mentally forget that there is nothing playing here. It makes sense that it would be here. So I keep forgetting that. Oh no, they've just got this countdown timer, count up timer. But I guess it kind of leaves it mysterious and ominous. So I can see why they might do that. Come on, switch over. Oh, but this is what I was saying. So in Numb Encore, because obviously they reworked the song a bit to fit the fact that it was, different and had the other song. You'll notice that there's no like heavy riff in it, like in the normal Numb version. Oh, thank you. I think it was like Drake something for the subscription. But listen to that acoustic right here, and it'll carry on through the whole song in a second too. Well, not right here, but there's an acoustic guitar there, and it's interesting to me because if you go listen to Breaking the Habit, if you listen to Numb Encore, there's the acoustic there that replaces the guitar riff, And then, of course, when you listen to like Friendly Fire, for instance, there's a beautiful acoustic guitar in there. And I really think Brad has an under... Oh, see, I guess it is right there, but it's not as prominent. Has an underappreciated, besides his great guitar riffs and performance with electric guitar, he has a really underappreciated acoustic ability. In fact, I think Brad's just underrated across the board. I see all kinds of crap talked about him and Linkin Park and stuff in there. I feel like a lot of times people treat the band as if they were literally just a random backing band for Chester. Like people outside of Linkin Park fandom, you know, they'll be, oh yeah, Chester was a great singer. And it's like, yeah, but there was a whole band. Nick Nocturnal in his chat cooked up a theory about the NRG Stadium, the Live in Texas concert renamed venue. And the stadium, oh yeah. And the stadium has a free slot on 5th of September. I mean, it's all just speculation. We're literally just speculating, even that it's going to be something about 9/5. They're making it pretty apparent, but nothing has been confirmed at all. So it's literally all speculation. The fact that Welcome to Rockville, which is like the fact that that's basically the U.S.'s biggest rock festival, and they've been teasing how excited they are about their 2025 lineup. And then when Linkin Park posted this countdown thing, they like reposted it immediately. That to me says a lot too. You know, because there was rumors about 6 months ago as well about Linkin Park's management firm looking for slots for them to perform, or shopping slots for them to perform places. And just for whatever reason, I feel like, and maybe it's because it's like 2 hours from me and I would really, really like that, that they're going to end up announcing they're performing at Welcome to Rockville. Brad's acoustic version of Until It Breaks? Probably. I don't recall at the moment, but now that you mention it. Now that you mention it. Perhaps I need to. I don't know if this is the right thing. We'll see. I keep forgetting that it's like I'm not having to see these because the Opera browser is doing that.
Now you guys can't come in. Restricted access.
I don't even know what this is.
Big bad Brad.
What? What? This exists? This is real? Holy shit. This is beautiful. Bro. The camera on the bass guitar was cool. What? That got me like all teared up. Holy crap. Cuz like I love the whole band, right? But Brad is like my favorite. Like Brad is like cuz guitar and all that stuff, like that's my favorite instrument. And when it comes to like founding members of the band and his character and thing, I'm like Brad is the guy. Like I love Brad. And I had no idea Brad is the new lead singer. I nominate Brad. Just like that. That is beautiful though. That was so good. Holy crap. I had no idea that existed. I'm going to be sending that to like everybody I know. Because I'm pretty sure they didn't know it existed either. That's so cool. That I was talking about that earlier. I was like, Brad, his acoustic when you listen to Friendly Fire, and actually a lot of the One More Light stuff. I think that's one of the well, Living Things overall is super underrated. Have I missed anything? Okay, just people responding to me. Okay. Living Things is definitely super underrated overall. Like Castle of Glass is one of the best songs, but like the acoustic work in some of the songs that Brad has done, I think people don't pay a lot of attention to, and it's really beautiful. And so to hear that, and not only is it like, oh, cool, it's Until It Breaks acoustic, great, I would love just that. But then it's Brad singing it. Like, that's so cool. That is so cool. And then, so the other comment I was going to make, I joke with my friends about this, but I'm like, okay, so if Brad Delson sat next, like Simon and Garfunkel style or something, right? Because that's kind of partly how I see him. If he like sat next to like a babbling brook, you know, just like a little creek or something running in the background over some rocks, you just hear it really faintly in the background, maybe some birds in the trees or something, right? And there was an entire album of him sitting there like strumming stuff on his guitar, and then just like every few minutes just giving some morsel of Brad wisdom. Then it would be like, you could call it Musings with Brad or something like that, and I would listen to it every day. What? Brad is the singer for In the End? Oh, it's saying the end in the. I was like, what? What are you? I thought you were trolling me. You know, joking. Brad saying the end in the album recording. Well, yeah, and that's the thing is they started doing that with Minutes to Midnight, where they'd have gang vocals or like they would sing different parts, but just hearing just his voice singing the regular lyrics of the song, that's really cool. I think that's one of my favorite things is when you get to on Minutes to Midnight, like for instance, The Little Things Give You Away. It's not only is that like Chester's vocals there, and then there's Mike's, which you kind of expect, but it's Dave as well. Like Dave's the third vocal on that song. And then when you see it live and they sing it. And then my absolute favorite like thing to see is when they do the Shadow of the Day, Leave Out All the Rest, Iridescent, you know, when they do that whole thing. And it's all of them singing together. Like even Joe, even there's even a microphone up there for Joe. But like when there's doing those live, it's so amazing. Yeah, the guitar solo in pieces. I wish that got more credit. I think Mike is the singer. Okay. And Fort Minor is the lead singer. Okay, we're And then Jay-Z joins. I think my brain just exploded. The band coming out like Bray Wyatt's Uncle Howard, just to say we're back. Speaking of, I really wish I had like a more powerful computer and like a second monitor. It would really make this better because I wouldn't even have the way I have this set up. I've got the chat on the side. I got like the space over there for like notifications and stuff, and then the browser in the middle. It's mainly set up like this because I have one screen and it's my laptop, and I need to have Streamlabs open to manage stuff there, and then I need the browser open to do stuff there. So one day I will have either I will definitely start by getting like a second monitor to use with the laptop, but then down the road I definitely need to like upgrade, get like a, not even like anything expensive, just like a PC that actually has a GPU, because that's what most of this uses. This here, this is like my favorite thing. Also, when you listen to these instrumentals, doesn't it just make you appreciate the music side of it so much more? Is this the one? Yeah, leave out all the rest. Shout of the day, iridescent. It's so cool. And then there's a point where like they're all singing together at the same time, and it's so freaking beautiful. To me as a fan, seeing all my boys up there singing at the same time. Sleep Token, I think very much is one of those bands for the girls, and I don't mean that like guys can't listen to them or enjoy them. I just mean like that seems to be who really likes them. Korn, Sleep Token. Who's the other one? There's another one that's Omens. Frick, what are they called? Bad Omens or something like that. Great bands with some really great songs. You know, like but they seem to be one for the chicks. But yeah, if they wanted to have like a vocal collaboration, that would actually be really cool. Literally anybody. They could be like, oh, Ariana Grande is gonna like do a song with us. But if it was like Linkin Park style, she was just singing on it. I'm open to whoever they feel is good to work with. I thought the chick that they did Heavy with did a really good job. But this whole thing that they started doing with this medley of these songs, it's basically their ballads, was such a cool idea. Super epic. And then the drums here, when it comes in, it's so cool. Oh, I love it. Just love it. I think there's like 3 or 4 different ones of these you can find that are all really good. There's one at like a iHeartRadio thing or something like that. I think it's probably the best version, but yes, that was fantastic. The Rolling in the Deep. But the way they were able to like seamlessly put these together, and it gradually just escalates to iridescent, and then having like 5 of the 6 guys singing, because obviously Rob wasn't, but Here comes my guitar. Yeah. Get it, Brad. There's a shot, yeah, where you see all of them singing together, and I just like, I get tears in my eyes. I'm like, that's my boys. Chester on the guitar. That would be my face right there. Just crying. Yeah, exactly. And it's just like that the growth of their sound. I think that's the biggest thing for me is they change genres, they change styles, like nothing really defined them except for being them. And that's basically why I've always accepted whatever they do. But you see the growth in the experimentation with different sounds and maybe we could do this. Maybe if we all maybe if Brad said crap into a megaphone or something and we put that in a song, and then they got another. Maybe if we were all yelling together in the same room, and then Chester's vocals are over that. Like they constantly found new things to do with their sound, and all of them. It wasn't just what can Chester do? What can Mike do? It was literally like they all did different things. And I always was like really impressed by that. Yeah, they reinvent themselves and they grow. Like nothing really like there's no glass ceiling. There's nothing like holds them back. They just go, all right, we're going to do the next thing. And people are either going to like it or they're not, So when you see 10, 15 years into them doing this, that during a show, during a certain level of performance, they've got, okay, five of the 6 guys are all singing together. Chester's on guitar. Mike's up there playing piano for it. Just so many different things, moving parts to the performances and stuff. It's super, super impressive. Like, I don't know how anybody could not like this band. Or then, what was it? There was one of the songs, Blackout, I think it is, where when they were performing that live, you literally had, because there wasn't much for guitar, and the vocals were kind of different. Like, if you really paid attention, in a lot of senses, Mike was doing the parts that Chester traditionally would do, and Chester was doing the parts that Mike would traditionally do. And then you have Brad up there playing some kind of drums on the stage, or no, a synth pad or some crap. And then suddenly, halfway through the song, Chester's over there beating on drums. No updates. Anything. Like I said, I'm probably not going to do this too much longer. We've been on here for like over 3 hours or something to, look at a count up timer. I mean, the friends we make along the way, but at the same time, like eventually, I'm probably just going to jump off here and see what the internet's saying and doing, because there's only so much of that I can do with my setup. I want to go browse through Twitter and Instagram and all that stuff. Yeah, because Minutes to Midnight was definitely a change in tone for sure, from that new metal type sound and Meteor and everything to a more like, to me, Minutes to Midnight is less experimental than 1,000 Suns. It's more of like, can we do like a more classic rock sound, like hard rock sound? And they did it, and of course better than most everybody else. 1,000 Suns was definitely experimental, and saying we can do anything and everything and do it on the same album, and it's still going to be great. Well, I think if there was going to be something to report, it would have happened within the last 3 hours 20 minutes. I think we got our Easter eggs. We got our hints at what's going on here. The fact that we're counting back up means one of two things. It's going to hit that 100 mark, and they're going to be like, "Yep, this is when we're doing the announcement," or it's going to continue to count down again, which will land us on September 5th, which is what's been hinted at by the time glitches. So, yeah. I said before, I never got a chance to see them live, partly because I was young and didn't have access and money and stuff like that. And then even when I was an adult and started to get a little older, I was distracted by a bunch of other crap in life and stupidity. Never took advantage and went and seen them. I've seen Three Doors Down. That was a good show. That was in like 2008. So this time though, like I really can't afford it. But if something gets announced, I'm immediately putting myself on the pre-registry for those tickets if it's anywhere near me. Because the thing with the Welcome to Rockville thing, if it's that's like next May, which is perfect. Plenty of time, prepare, be ready to go, get tickets, all that kind of stuff. I will 100% be going to that. It's like 2 hours from me. But until then, I don't think we're going to learn a whole lot more. Whatever this is, it's between the guys of the band and their families, because I feel like that includes Talinda Bennington. But it's between the guys of the band and their families and like their management team. Like I feel like that's it. Maybe a venue or something if they're doing a show. But outside of that, they're so tight-lipped. Nobody's leaked anything. Nobody says anything that like matches reality. They've done a real good job at keeping us in the dark while also telling us, hey, look, something's happening. I agree, Jordy. Those would be epic because their Rock M Ring shows are always amazing. I think I saw they did do Download Festival before, and that was amazing. Like anything would be epic and amazing. My personal bias is for Rockville. Not only because it's already been hinted at that it's something that's going to happen, and not only because Rockville is like the biggest rock festival in the U.S., so that'd be a great stage for them to step back out onto. That'd be awesome. But literally, it's my personal bias. It's like 2 hours for me. I'd be able to buy tickets and drive over there for that afternoon just to go to that show, and not have to like travel anywhere. So, I think I am going to start winding this down, though. I might step away from the mic and just like leave music with the countdown going for a few, but I'll probably go ahead and end the stream at some point. I thought we would be discussing whatever the announcement was all this time. Instead, we've managed to make a bunch of new friends and have some fantastic discussion about the band. I don't get to talk about Linkin Park enough. People at work start getting a little tired of hearing about it, so I've learned to tone it down a little bit. I actually have a couple like metal snobs at work, and they're great guys. I like them, but they really, really hate Linkin Park, and I'm just like, man, how do I enlighten you? How do I bring you into the fold? But outside of my channel, and like when I talk about anything on social media, I don't really get to talk to a lot of people in person about it. Linkin Park Thursdays. Well, see, this is the thing. Normally, I'm at work today. We were talking about this earlier. I literally took today off for this. I could have been making money. Play Linkin Park louder. See, the thing at my work, I'm a server. Like I'm a waiter in a restaurant. So I don't really get to hear music unless I'm in the kitchen area, like in the back of house. And we normally have really good music play. Like the cooks we have, they basically they get a little Bluetooth speaker, they hook it to their phones. And so it's usually really good stuff. A bunch of really good rock, metal, underground, whatever. But it's like from now till way back. Like it's a huge, great variety of music. They have good taste in music. But there's like two of them that just do not like Linkin Park at all. So they got to a point when they found out that I'm like a hardcore Linkin Park fan. Excuse me. When they found out I'm a hardcore Linkin Park fan, as a chef, there's always... That's literally our entire kitchen, though. Thank goodness. Like, our whole kitchen is, like, metal fans, rock fans, that kind of thing. Classic rock. But used to... random Linkin Park songs would come on during, like, these couple guys in particular, and they just wouldn't bother. It would play. They're busy cooking, whatever. But when they found out how big a fan of the band I was, and the fact that they don't like them, they started purposely skipping those songs when they come on now. So, like Bleed It Out or something comes on, and there's like, oh, yeah, we can't have that, and they'll go skip it. And I'm like, man, fuck you. But overall, it's a really good playlist I get back there. But yeah. They have good taste overall. They just, for whatever reason, don't like the Linkin Park. Snobs. Skipping it. Yeah, especially when somebody likes it. Even if I didn't like something, like on a music playlist that's going by, and I'm like, oh, okay, this person happens to like it, then I probably would purposely let it play because I know they like it. But they're like, nah, no Linkin Park for you. But if it's the other guys, if it's anyone else and their stuff plays it, they don't care. Like a lot of them have a lot of it in their playlists. So no new glitches, not that I've seen, and I feel like people would have reported it for sure. Just those two, because honestly, at a certain point, you start getting so many hours into stuff. Walk them down the Linkin Park. If any of you have not listened to the Paper Cuts instrumental album, I suggest doing it, because both of, like Chester and Mike, love their vocals and lyrics and everything, and it's obviously that's the music. But sitting here listening to just the instrumentals, I feel like you get a much better perspective on how good the band is, as musicians, not just as, oh, they have great singers and lyricists. And not just the instruments themselves, but the composition of them, right? Like how they put everything together, and it's so well planned and thought out. So just a rundown of my channel. If like this is obviously like the vast majority of you've never been to my channel before. This by far, like right now, there's like 56 viewers. By far the most people I've ever had in a stream. I've been YouTubing for about 4 years. And it's just doing that because of my internet. This doesn't mean anything. Just saying. I've been YouTubing for about 4 years. It's been a pretty slow climb to like where I am, and I'm still like microscopic. Isolated vocals are great too, but I guess me being somebody who's more of like for instance, I want to get a guitar and learn it. The instrumental part like means a little bit more on that, but my channel is mostly about like I'll do commentary about things across a pretty wide spectrum, like video games, music, movies, like pop culture type stuff. And then I also will talk about like because I work in restaurant business, I've been doing that for like 8 years. I've been a server, bartender, busboy, dishwasher. I've done like a little of everything. So I like to do stuff about that as well occasionally. DeLorean Royal, thank you for the subscription. Now Linkin Park is a really big part of that. I've had a few videos I think I've done about them. I've done a bunch of shorts regarding different things. So they're always an element of my creative stuff when I do it. And I'm working on a video. I call it Things That Matter, Linkin Park. About a year ago, I started on it, got pretty far into the process, didn't like what I was seeing, and I scrapped it. And I'm like reworking it, and it's going to be a little bit different and probably better than what I hoped. So I am actually making a fans retrospective on the band. So it's just going to be like, it's going to be obviously my perspective, but obviously with objective things in it about their history, their origins, the impact they've had on music and culture and us, and then like where they're going. Now, obviously, now that there's going to be somewhere they're going, I'll be able to talk about that hopefully. But anyways, so that's definitely a project I'm working on, but in the meantime, I do a lot of commentary on various other things, and then I do live stream. It's just been several months since I did, and it's usually a format like this where it's like just chatting. It's just at this time I was like, hey, Linkin Park's doing anything. I gotta do that. There's few things that mean more to me in entertainment and definitely in music and then just in life in general than Linkin Park, so I was not gonna miss this. Anthony, I'll comment on that in a second. Jordy, something off topic. As someone who lives in the UK, I really can't understand the tipping culture in America. Like, just pay. But see, if you paid me a normal staff, all the stuff's going to be more expensive, and I'm going to make less money. So okay, if you guys are on my channel, and I don't have to have you like fully agree with it or whatever, there's a video. I think it was like 15, 20 minutes long. I can't remember. My big video on my channel. Yeah, even on an hourly wage, because on an hourly wage, I'm going to make less than I do on tipping, number one. But I did a video. It's called Server Life, and then I think I called it Tip Culture, Wages, and You, or something like that. I can't remember, but it's like the big featured video on my channel. And it basically explains it all, like from the perspective of somebody who works in the industry and has done it for like 8 years. And I feel like I have a pretty good grasp on economics and stuff like that. The fact is, as a server, you're incentivized by the tipping to give better service. That doesn't mean you always do. And in the case where they don't, you shouldn't tip them as well, or maybe even at all. It's supposed to help incentivize better service to the guest who is there for an experience, right? But it also keeps the cost of doing business lower so that you can pay the people in the back of house, like the people who are like cooks and preps and stuff like that. They get paid a little bit better than average to help kind of retain them. Because if you think about what working in a kitchen is, and you're a chef, I'm sure you've seen it. Sometimes it's pretty hard to keep decent people in that position because they either want to move on and do something else, or they get burnt out, or whatever. Like, it's not an easy place to be. I don't even know what that says. It's not an easy place to be. So you kind of, to try and help retain them and keep better people that are for your cooks and getting your food out accurate and well made and prepped correctly, you pay them better, right? To help alleviate that cost, you pay your service staff less. And that helps keep the cost of doing business overall lower. That helps keep the cost of doing overall business lower so that they don't have to raise the prices of food. Typically, at least here in the U.S., the profit margin for sit-down restaurants, like chain restaurants, corporate, it doesn't matter, like any kind of sit-down restaurant, is like 2 to 4%. It's a very slim profit margin. And that can be eaten into by like waste, like with food, like food waste and stuff. And, things that get messed up, things you can't sell. Guests aren't happy with this, so you have to comp that. Like there's all kinds of things that cut into that profit margin, and it's very slim already. So you make up for that by having it be tipping. Yeah. But see, you would have to raise the prices of your food. People are less incentivized to come to eat there for that. And then if you're paying a base wage for your service staff and bartenders and such, you have people that are just going to clock in and do the minimum. And sorry, I was reading the chat. You have people that are, they're going to come in, they're going to clock in to do the minimum, and they're just going to kind of do what they got to do to get by. They're not really incentivized to provide like good service or a good experience for the guest. And then the guest, you take it out of their hand, right? If you're a guest in a restaurant, you pay a little bit less than you would for your food because the servers paid less, and then you tip them based on how well they do. Because everybody could play, oh look, they want 18%, they want 20%. Look, that's up to you, right? If your person is giving you good service and you've had a good experience there, you tip them more. If it's not as good, you tip them less. If it's bad, then you should probably be talking to the manager. So I feel like it puts it in the guest's court, the ball in the guest's court to decide what they feel their experience was worth. And then a server probably on average is making $25 to $30 an hour. Mike did the eye emoji again. Interesting. It's not really like you guys think it is from there, but if you were here, you would understand. Like I said, if you decided instead of paying me a lower wage and you jacked up my wage to even just to minimum wage, which is like for me it's like $4 more than what my hourly is, then every server and bartender is now making an additional $4 per hour, and that all starts to add up to the cost of doing business, and they're not going to eat that for profits, so they're going to raise the cost of the dishes. So your guests are going to be paying more for their food and their drink and all that. Your server is now only going to be making a set wage, and that set wage is considerably lower than what they make on tipping. So they're much less incentivized to go above and beyond and put everything they have into giving a good experience and making sure everything is good and done right. There's just a lot to it that just really makes sense. I'm a fan of like, you pay me what I'm worth, not just I'm making a set wage just because I showed up and clocked in. And then hopefully you end up getting a better experience out of that. And what you're paying with the tip plus the cost of your meal is probably about in line with what you would have paid for that meal if we were all making a set higher wage anyways. But like I said, I've got a video on my channel about it. Like I really went in depth in it because I've been in the industry for like 8 years and done a little of everything, including having to like manage labor and a fairly large like dining room staff at one point before like going back to just being a server. So when you like kind of factor in everything that goes into it, to me it's a system that makes sense, and I would rather do that because I can make better money and have happier guests who are paying for a good experience versus just an hourly set wage. But yeah, look at it. Like I said, I feel like I do a pretty good argument of it, or not even an argument, but just like I lay out why it is the way it is, and then try to explain to people the concept of it. Because like this guy is, or whoever this, like they're saying they're from the UK, so it seems insane to them, right? But it really doesn't, like when you're in that setting, because it kind of comes down to like more of a, I hate to say it, but like a little bit more of like a capitalist thing. Like you are able to pay me what I'm worth versus just getting whatever out of me. So, but if you're interested, check out the video. It's on my channel. I think I did a pretty good job with it. And it's just from my perspective as somebody in the business, and when you look at the economics of it, like why it works like that. I think everybody's still kind of heartbroken, but I think that there comes a point when it comes to Chester and to Linkin Park where you have to get past grieving and mourning, because those are important things to take your time. I think that was like we were talking about before with Mike. He had a lot of things going on in his head because of the whole situation. But there comes a point though where grieving and mourning has to stop, and you have to kind of start celebrating and moving on. And I don't mean like forgetting Chester, not even remotely close to that, but you have to move on in the sense of, what is his legacy going to be if it just holds you back, right? Yeah, like the great A's Chester back in the day. But like, what is the legacy of like someone like Chester if the other 5 guys in the band, you know, if they let that his passing and absence mean they no longer move forward with their careers, with their lives, with their artistic endeavors, with their fans, you know, that kind of, because there's 5 other people there that are part of this. And so I think that the better way to honor his legacy is to say, you know what, we love Chester, we're sad he's gone, we will always honor and remember that, but there comes a point where we need to continue on. And instead of constantly being sad about it, being glad for what we had and glad for what that gives us now. Because I haven't seen it here. Like, there's absolutely, like, anybody who wants to pay tribute to Chester, that I fully on board with that. I mean, I'm right there. But I see a lot of times in comment sections on Instagram, I see posts on Twitter, you know, things like that, comments on YouTube, right, where people will act like somehow it's disrespectful to Chester to move forward. Or other people where it's not even necessarily as aggressive as that. They're just, their only reaction to something Linkin Park is sadness for Chester. And it's like, I don't think that that's productive. And I don't think that that's like what Chester would want either. You know, like we always had that hashtag, make Chester proud. I don't think Chester would be proud to see people that are like so, like their only connection now to his music and to his band that he was in is like a sadness for his passing, right? Like I fully believe that the best way to honor and to carry on his legacy is to see that these people, they were hurt, they healed, and now they've grown from it, and now it's, let's stop being sad about it. Like, I can't walk around just being sad Chester's gone. I will always miss him. A few times a year for the last 7-8 years, I will just randomly text my best friend and be like, I miss Chester. And like, he's right there. You know, he agrees. Everybody feels that. But we can't just miss Chester. We need to like be happy we had Chester and like go from there. Yeah, nothing about his going away. Yeah, like you said, you know, he'd want them to go. Nothing about his passing had anything to do with, from, you know, any knowledge any of us would ever have, or, you know, had to do with Linkin Park or his bandmates, you know, or his fans or any of that kind of stuff. That was demons he already had that, you know, couldn't be fixed. Why is it not playing? Thank you. What if this is just the biggest Rick? Oh my God. Mike has us go through this several times of this countdown, count up, and then just at the end, it literally is just do, and it's Rick Astley. I'm not sure what you said, Nicholas, but yeah, the 5-9 thing or 9-5, I definitely think that's Jordy, do you know? I'm sure I would laugh. I'm sure I would get over it and recover. But do you know how freaking pissed off I'd be if, like, somewhere in the middle of this thing it just popped up and it was just never gonna give you up? And I'm like, bro, I really hate you, Mike. Ah, man. Le Chrono. So I've recently, even better, it's the band playing Never Again. Yeah! I actually see that. Just Brad sitting there with a big goofy smile. Psych! So I recently started, like, very super casually trying to learn Spanish. I think that's what you're speaking, Nicholas. Or maybe, no, that's something else, I think. I think that's something else. Anyways, that's something else. But I'll do that thing where you'll put on the Spanish, listen to while you sleep type stuff, or like while I'm sitting there playing Xbox, I'll literally turn on one of the videos and just like let it sit there and do its thing while I'm playing a video game. I wouldn't even be mad about that. Nope, it would be hilarious. At least we'd be seeing the band together. I love that sound. I can literally see in my head him sitting there turning that little knob doing that sound. But all right, guys. Rick Astley. Yeah, Rick Astley's the new frontman. I think I would probably accept that a lot easier than many other choices, honestly. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up. I'll probably cut my mic and let this sit here for a minute, but otherwise I'm gonna wind it down. I need to go eat and chill. I do not. Something I've wanted to do for a while now is get a guitar. Pretty much because of Linkin Park for years now. It's just kind of been like a money and time type thing. Probably sometime next year. Especially if I start wanting to go to like shows. I feel like you know, if you want to pick up chicks at like a rock show or a rock festival or something, it's probably going to be easier / more legit if you're like, yeah, I'm also a guitarist. So I'm hoping when I get into next year, there's a few things I want to do. Go to Welcome to Rockville, in particular if Linkin Park happens to be there. Number 2, start learning to play guitar. And 3, like upgrade my setup for doing this stuff, for streaming and YouTubing and stuff. So I would love to go to like a show like Welcome to Rockville and be like, yeah, I play guitar. No big deal. Bass guitar. Very nice. I like bass. You know, the thing, I guess if once you're a guitarist, you could probably learn multiple of them, honestly. But my primary interest is like, you know, like lead guitar type thing, electric guitar. But I like watching bass be played. I think it's really cool because I think a lot of people don't understand when they're listening to music, like the role that bass plays. And if you were to take that out, like how much would be missing? Like I love when people say that Dave doesn't get, like he's not very I guess he's not very prominent, right, in the sound, right? They'll say stuff about that in Linkin Park, and I'm like, have you ever heard Linkin Park without the bass line? It's kind of weird. So I'm pretty sure he's important. And if you're actually paying attention, he has some pretty awesome bass lines through a lot of the music. Now, granted, a lot of Hybrid Theory was actually Brad on the album performing, which is pretty cool in its own right. But yeah, when you listen to their music throughout it, he's got some pretty sick bass lines, like in Giving Up and stuff is really cool. So no, bass is awesome. It's just not the one that I prefer to play. I want to do like solos and stuff, like guitar solos. Who speaks? Yeah, baseline. Well, and the bass that was what I was talking about with Hybrid Theory. Hybrid Theory is definitely more like a pure new metal album versus Meteora, which is like an evolved new metal. Because when you listen to Hybrid Theory, it's got those kind of deeper bass lines and like more groovier type bass lines and stuff like that in it. Been teaching myself for about 10 years now. Tried guitar and was not good at it. Do you do like a YouTube channel or anything for it? Because I watch a lot of that, like where people play or do covers or. But yeah, Anthony, that the bass line throughout Hybrid Theory, they're awesome. Like in general, they're good. But I do think it's interesting because they had multiple bassists around the time they were producing that. But the majority of the bass line on Hybrid Theory, because Dave wasn't with the band he was with the band, but he wasn't recording with them. He was doing Tasty Snacks or whatever at that time because he had prior obligations. So a lot of the bass that you hear, except for a few songs on Hybrid Theory, was actually recorded by Brad. Oh, too shy? Well, I mean, you don't even have to do, like, I watch a lot of them where they don't even show their face or anything like that. But they just have, like, the camera focused on the guitar and them playing. So I just like to watch people that, do things I can't do. I keep having to switch over here every time. It's like, are you here? Thankfully, it's skipping the ads. I forgot that the browser does that. Oh, QWERTY. Everybody loves QWERTY. And this is one, too, where when you're not focused on Chester's vocals or Mike's rapping even, and you really listen to it, you get to hear just how freaking crunchy the guitar is, like how good the bass line is. Like, it's so good. Oh. I didn't think that had. Oh, anyways, there's no vocals. Pete Wentz from Fall Out Boy inspired me to start playing. I have his. Oh, very nice. That's cool. I like Fall Out Boy. Like, I'm like not like super into it, but like they got good stuff. I mean, they're from my era. For me, it would be Brad, and to a lesser extent, Mike, that got me to play guitar, because Mike's actually a pretty good guitarist himself. More of like the rhythm guitar side, but still. Yeah, Fall Out Boy's good. I liked him. Not trying to shout myself out, but I wrote an album that I think has a lot of Linkin Park vibes. If anyone wants to hear it, it's on my YouTube and Spotify and all that. Very nice. Whose bass riffs? Fall Out Boy? Anthony, what is your, like, is it the YouTube channel like on your name, or is it something different? Like, what's the channel called? Well, and being easy, James, no, there were no more. No more glitches. The album is called Ava. All right, cool. Anthony Alessio has an album with Linkin Park vibes. My Chemical Romance bass. But see, that's the thing, is there's also people who talk about the guitar riffs in Linkin Park and talk about, they're not complicated, right? And it's like, I mean, depending on them. I don't know. I think if you watch some of them and you watch them play them, you're like, no, it's a little more complicated than people think. But complicated or complex for music stuff, that doesn't necessarily mean good. Easy and whatever, like, I don't even think that that's necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes it as long as it sounds good. No, 4 hours later, nothing new. Well, the only things that happened, you were here, I think, when at 9:05 there was like a screen glitch. So everybody's like, oh, 9:05. And then again at an hour 35, which is 95 minutes, there was another little glitchy thing on the screen, but that's it. So basically, the big theory is they're telling us something about 9/5. And of course, 9/5 is September 5th, which is obviously like 2 weeks from now. Or not 2 weeks, like 10 days from now. Not even that, a week from now. What am I talking about? Today's the 28th. Jesus. So the current theory is it's got something to do with September 5th. And my thing is, well, that's my birthday. So hell yeah, it's got to be September 5th. Some LP is played on a 6-string bass and not a 4-string. Well, and yeah, that's true, and there's some of it right there. I love the bass line. But back then they were especially with like, what was it, Drop D was like the big thing with the guitars and stuff like that when it came to nu metal. So they were using some weirder variations, like some of the guitar was like 7-string guitars, you know. That is correct, Luna Sam. Linkin Park is and was the best band ever. My current feeling, based on what's happening, is that it's going to count up to 100 hours, which is Sunday afternoon/evening. And then it's going to do another countdown. Now, maybe something will happen at the 100 up hours, but I think it'll start counting down again, because 100 hours from Sunday, 4 days is September 5th. And that seems to be what they're hinting at is 9/5. So yeah, I love these. Like I said, just because you get to hear the instruments without because when there's vocals, you're listening to the vocals, you're listening to the words, you're oftentimes singing them. And while you hear the instrumentation, you don't necessarily get like the same focus on it. And so having the instrumentals is really nice because you really get to hear like how good this stuff is. And I think that's why they're underrated in a lot of senses. You're so distracted by how freaking good Chester's voice is or how freaking good Mike's vocals are that sometimes you're not paying attention to how freaking good the rest of the band is. Yeah, Rob is a great, and the thing with Rob is it's not because he does crazy solos and all this kind of stuff. I mean, he can, but it's not their focus. Same with like Brad and guitars. Rob is very technical and methodical, and he I don't know. I feel like he's a really good drummer. Jennifer, I can play a ton of other instruments. I started playing the flute in the 5th grade. Nice. I never started playing any instruments in any grade and still can't play any instrument. I sing to myself, and I don't think it's terrible, but I don't sing to other people. I feel like I'm the kind of person that would have an aptitude for learning an instrument, and in particular, I want to learn guitar, so that's probably what'll happen. Isn't 9/5 the day of the MTV Award? I don't know. Like the MTV Music Awards? Let's find out. When is it? No, this year it's on, oddly enough, September 11th. So it's not the MTV Music Awards. Well, that's an interesting take. He's literally wearing protective earphones so that he can have long-term hearing, the same as Rob wearing them when he's drumming. So I don't know how that's insulting anyone. In fact, Mike actually customized them for him. So Rob Blastman. Yeah, there's actually a couple performances from, I think there was one in like 2015. I don't remember if it's in Germany or if it's something else. Are you talking about the 8-Bit Rebellion? Oh yeah, there it is. I see 8-Bit. I did not, because I didn't have an iPhone. So, but yeah, I can't remember where it was. I don't know if it was in Germany, but there's actually a show from like 2015 where it's like what I've done, and they do like a breakdown of what I've done, where I didn't even expect it, because there is a little guitar solo in what I've done, but at that one they do kind of a mix where Rob is doing kind of a drum solo at the same time as Brad is doing a guitar solo bit in what I've done, and I'm like, what is this? This is really cool. Stopped playing in band in 8th grade because it. Well, yeah. Nowadays, being a nerd is like extremely mainstream. I don't know if that's good or bad, honestly, but. But yeah, 8-Bit Rebellion always looked really cool. It'd be really cool is if they like republished that somehow, like made it at least like a browser game or something on their website. But yeah, it was only on iPhone back then, so I never got to play it. But of course, everybody unlocked the Blackbirds song, if I remember right. Yeah, the drum solo he does for Bleed. I mean, yeah, the amount of Linkin Park live performances I will look up on YouTube. This is ridiculous. But yeah, his drum solo for Bleed It Out. There's a video too where they talk about it's like Brad and Rob end up having this thing during one of the tours where they prank each other, because Rob's drum solo, it's kind of like it dictates or ends. Well, I don't speak Spanish. I have an interest in learning Spanish, but I don't speak Spanish right now. The drum solo that they would do during Bleed It Out would typically end with like Brad hitting, on his guitar and coming back on stage, and that was kind of because it's all like really coordinated, right? So at one point, they started pranking Rob by not restarting playing and just leaving Rob out there to keep drumming. And it was hilarious. So they would do that to him. But then Rob decided to get him back because there was another part where they would leave Brad out there doing the little guitar riff and Bleed It Out. And so instead of coming back out to start drum, like Rob would hop off the drums and run backstage and just leave him out there to do it. And then the clip was great because Brad would literally just be standing there, like staring at the crowd, standing up on the little box or whatever, playing guitar, just and it was great. That's why I love these guys. They're just so like normal. Bunch of goofy nerds that made awesome music. Like I was using for the video I'm making, I had to do some digging to try because I wanted to find really cool footage of them like early on with Hybrid Theory, Meteora, that kind of stuff. And you start finding all these random bits from like MTV and behind the scenes because they've been extremely smart the entire time that they've been performing and stuff. They record, and they got the one guy who I don't remember his name because this happens to me whenever I need to recall stuff off the top of my head and I'm talking about it. But he's their videographer. Guy is awesome. He was actually a member of the band Tasty Snacks with Dave. And when the band disbanded, they basically hired him on to be the videographer for Linkin Park. But beyond that, they all record stuff. They record stuff. Joe does a lot of recording. But since the beginning, they've done this. They've documented visually like everything. behind the scenes stuff, tour stuff, chillin' stuff, whatever it is. And shows, of course. So when you really went back and started digging, you find so much cool stuff from random crap they were doing on a tour bus, when they're in the studio, when they're messing with each other. It's probably the most well-documented band I've ever seen. Like, because nobody before them was documented that well. And I don't think anybody's had the same aptitude for it since, right? They just made sure everything they did was kind of, it was recorded for historical purposes. Yeah, A Thousand Suns, like, obviously everything they do is different and amazing in its own way. And my favorite album of theirs is Hybrid Theory. But A Thousand Suns, like, in kind of an objective sense, was like a pinnacle for them when it came to what can we do different and how do we, like, experiment with our sound. And then, of course, once they did that, it also evolved into everything they did after. Like, they had all that experience and all these different things that they learned from it that they could take into the rest of their work. Oh, that's awesome. There's a Club Tattoo anniversary show on YouTube that I got to go to. It's awesome to watch it knowing I was there. Club Tattoo, that, because I seen Chester would wear those t-shirts during some of the shows. Is that like something of his, or maybe I'm missing something about what Club Tattoo actually is? Oh, okay. No, that totally makes sense. I probably knew that, but also forgot. Club Tattoo, Tattoo Parlor in Tempe, Arizona. He was part of it. He was partners with his old bandmate. That's cool. So they did a show there? Yeah, Anthony, that continuity, yeah. I always thought that was pretty cool. It was almost like a sequel without being a sequel, But there's a lot of continuity in their stuff too, in various different ways. Like, obviously I feel like Meteora is kind of like a sequel to Hybrid Theory, but it's not. And then, yeah, Thousand Suns is basically like a follow-up to Minutes to Midnight, but expanded on whole other concepts. Really, I could also see Living Things kind of following up A Thousand Suns in a sense, thematically. And then even within albums, I believe that there's like trilogies sometimes. So I think in the end, Place for My Head and Forgotten actually make like a complete whole. They're like a trilogy. They had 2 shows, 2005 and 2006. That's awesome. That had to be really cool too, because it wouldn't have been like huge, It would have been like a more intimate setting. In 2014 was Guilty All the Same, the new song in concert. We have seen you in the Tour Bus. I heard something about 21 Pilots. Linkin Park are going to collab. I don't know. People are making those kind of assumptions about a lot of stuff when we just don't know. The fans adorned that area of the tattoo shop when he passed away. Oh, that's crazy. Donde esta es en vivo? Saw them live on Rob's birthday, and they made everyone sing. I'm sure he loved that. Rob is such a quiet, reserved character. Yeah, I could see him just being like, great. He's that person you take him to the restaurant and they're like, it's their birthday. I guarantee you that he would be like, okay, I don't want to go out on my birthday. And then you're making him go out on his birthday. And then he'd be like, no, I don't want anybody saying to me. And then, of course, you tell the server when you walk in the door, like, hey, just so you know, it's so-and-so's birthday, blah, 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 blah. Everybody's coming out singing to him, clapping and all that. Just something else. Yeah, no, the theories are going to be everywhere. Like, everyone's going to, just because they want something, you know. I'm more of a wait and see type character. I'd rather sit and be like, okay, we don't know anything yet. We know something's coming. We can speculate, but I'm like, something's going to happen. I don't know. Yeah, you got picked at random on the LPU Underground website if you were a member. I got picked both times. That's awesome. I don't have any tattoos yet. I've thought about, like, if I did, then one of the Linkin Park logos has always been at, like, the top of the list. But I've gotten to this age. I say it like I'm, like, really old or something. But I've gotten to this age without getting any because I don't do things impulsively, right? Not typically. So I don't know. I'm kind of point like, do I even get one now? Patience is not one of my first. Well, I mean, you waited 100 hours for this after waiting 7 years for the 100 hours thing. So that's really cool. 2006. I don't want to say only. I've been to, because the state I used to live in had a music festival every year that I went to, and that was really cool. It would be like various artists across the spectrum, right? So I would see stuff like that, and then I think it was back in 2008. True, but it's not by. Yeah, that's true too. 2008, Three Doors Down was coming where I lived, and on that tour they had, as their opening acts, they had 12 Stones and Red. And 12 Stones, everybody knew from doing the song with Evanescence. Red was kind of a big thing at the time. At least on MySpace, they were a big thing. And then, of course, Three Doors Down, they're kind of epic, legendary. We loved them. So I took my brother, and this was, like I said, it was like 2008. It was probably one of the only, like, rock shows I've actually been to, like, legitimate rock show. And we had such an incredible time. Like, by the time 12 Stones was really good, we're like, okay, that's cool. Then Red they were really good. And again, this is possibly because I had limited experience with rock shows, but I thought they were really good live. And my brother and I were sitting there looking at each other while we're waiting for Three Doors Down to take the stage, and we're like, how are they going to top that? Like, I don't know. Like, is this going to be a letdown? We were literally worried because of the energy that show had. And then the moment Three Doors Down stepped on the stage, the place erupted. And they put on a hell of a show. It was so intense. Really good show. I think people forget Three Doors Down is not just When I'm Gone and Kryptonite, which Kryptonite rocks, but they have a lot of really good, like, kind of heavier stuff too. Project Revolution Tour, Washington. See, so I lived in Idaho, so I was up there near Washington. I was there for about 16 years. But yeah, I remember Project Revolution coming. I think Family Values and Project Revolution not Family Values, but Project Revolution definitely came through Idaho, and I was too young and didn't have money, and my family didn't really have the money, so. Well, I was born. Well, see, I'm in Florida, obviously, as I talked about Rockville being like 2 hours away. I'm in Florida, and this is where, like, I spent my years as a kid. But then we lived in Idaho for about 16 years, and about 7-8 years ago, I came back to Florida. So, and now it could end up being really convenient. If on 9/5, if on my birthday, They decide to announce that they're going to be performing at Rockville and Daytona. That'd be awesome. I was like, this was all for me, guys. All these countdowns you're dealing with, all this waiting. What is that? Akai Twos, thanks for subscribing. Oh, whatever it is. If it's announced 495, if it's announced on 95, well, I don't care. But if it was on my birthday, I would be flipping out. I was looking at the Linkin Park chat. Amy Lee is the new singer. Literally, no. She definitely is not. And like I've said earlier, probably 3-4 hours ago, I like Evanescence. I'm not a massive fan these days. I loved Fallen, but thanks. Yeah. I know I don't really do a whole lot for it, but it will be my birthday. Yay, another year. But if you kind of go back and look at Amy Lee and some of the things that have gone on with her band and even other bands that she's female bands and stuff, they've kind of talked about her like she's kind of toxic. So I don't think that would mesh very well with Linkin Park, unless it was just like some sort of collaboration or something. The problem with this timer is as it's counting up, there's no end in sight. Well, could be 3 months. I've been down in Fort Lauderdale. I liked it down there. Oh, that was it. Holy crap, we went through the whole thing. All right, well, yeah, I guess that's probably going to be it for me. The 4 hours of chilling, getting to talk a lot about Linkin Park and various other things, talk to a lot of other cool Linkin Park fans. So it's been a fun little voyage. More than likely on Sunday, when this whole thing counts down, I'll probably do a stream again. Because just in case they actually announce something, I want to be there for it. Like, because I'm off Sunday. So I'm like, okay, I'm obviously going to be here. Never been to the East. Well, so the main difference is it's just better. No, I'm just kidding. But it depends on where you go. There's a lot of the East Coast I wouldn't want anything to do with. See you all in 9.5 years when they make the announcement. I have never, but so I've been to the Oregon coast. It was cold, and it was summertime. I was not used to that. So, it's rocky and cold, whereas over here it's warmer waters and sunnier and stuff like that. But there's parts of the East Coast I wouldn't want anything to do with as well. But I definitely love it here in Florida. I watch a YouTube from Florida who rides motorcycles. Yeah, it's a pretty good state for that. Like it's open highways, it's flat. You get the good weather most of the time. I mean, we had a thunderstorm literally this afternoon. It was great. I love thunderstorms. But yeah, for that kind of thing, it's probably a great state. Probably a great state for motorcycles and lots too. There's lots of places to go, different types of things to see, so it would make sense. I mean, you spent this whole afternoon watching a YouTube from Florida, but Hybrid Theory 50th anniversary. I mean, I'll be there. I hope. Totally. God, could you imagine 50 years of Hybrid Theory? I hope I'll still be here for it. That's only another 25 years. Yeah, I should definitely. I'll only be like 60. Only 60. Whatever. Live in Texas remake. Hey, as long as it means that they're performing Live in Texas to remake Live in Texas, then yeah, go for that. But yeah. Dang, I hate to like leave with this. I know it's only like 50 people, but for me, this is like 4 times the amount of people I've ever had. Doesn't feel it. No, it doesn't. Um, I remember that summer, like just everything was like going so big for them. Like you go back and watch those shows. I mean, even for the couple years before 2017, but like 2015, 2016, 2016, like their shows were so huge. They truly have become like a global phenomenon, doing world tours with tens of thousands of people in these stadiums, and the festivals having insane crowds and stuff. And you could just see it, like the growth of the band and the popularity was just never ending. The influence was just always there. So, and it's still there even now. I mean, it was out of nowhere. I mean, they had finished the tour, I think it was the European tour or whatever. So it was because that last show was like July 6th or some kind of stuff like that, and then his death was the 20th. I think it was only going to be a month or two before they started the U.S. tour. So, see, my thing for me is because Linkin Park is so integral to everything I do and for every emotional state I have, I just went deeper into Linkin Park at that time. But the fact that we've gotten so much since then, with like I said before, with the Hybrid Theory and Meteor 20th anniversaries, we got not just a lot of official versions of stuff that was already there, but a lot of stuff that we'd never heard before. All amazing stuff, high quality, and then of course with getting Lost as a radio single and it being huge, and the video, like just having that was amazing, and then coming around and dominating the charts too. Like that's the thing. 7-8 years they hadn't made anything, like a new album or anything or toured, and then having a song from an album 20 years earlier come out and just absolutely dominate the airwaves of rock. Like I'm like they just are never not relevant. They're always, and then the influence is there too. The single releases were amazing. And then the fact that it just comes so they always come back to public consciousness, like, is so amazing. There's playing on a Beat Saber. Yeah, the Beat Saber thing is great. But the fact that there's actually a pretty good contingent of like teenagers and young adults now, like Gen Zers and stuff, that have swung back around to Linkin Park, in particular like Hybrid Theory and the new metal sound and stuff, and they're like really digging that. I'm like, yes, you guys are so close to being awesome. Like but they're really into, and then there's new artists that have sprung up. There's a girl, her name's Amira Alfeki or something like that. I'll pull her up actually. Son sent me to San Diego for the Thousand Suns concert, and Prodigy opened for him when I finished my. That's cool. That is sick. Yeah. But like this chick, Amira Alfaki, I actually found her on Instagram. Why is this open? She huge Linkin Park inspiration for her, Hybrid Theory, because I actually talked to her a couple times through Instagram. Hybrid Theory, she has a very Deftones vibe. Actually, where are my headphones? I'll go ahead and pull up one of these songs. But it's good stuff. And there's multiple artists like this. There's one I like her less, but just hearing people that younger people that are referencing back to new metal and stuff. There's another one. Her name is like Cinnamon Babe or something like that. Her stuff's a little more angry. Where is it? She's cute too, but yeah, Deftones was amazing. Deftones is amazing, and you can definitely get that vibe from her music. Where's the one? Okay, I think it's this one. Yeah, you definitely get the Deftones vibe from her music, and then like she's directly mentioned that Linkin Park is a major. Are you Mike? No, I am not Mike. I am Rival Indigo. Shut up. Why is it not skipping ads now? Chino? Yeah, no. See, the people that are saying that stuff assume that there's going to be a new singer. I actually have like a complete opposite viewpoint. I assume there's not going to be one. All right, so this chick, I think she's really good. Good voice. The sound is very Deftonesy without being just a copycat. But I like seeing new artists go new metal. Yeah, I think what they'll do, my opinion, viewpoint, is that the best thing they could do and likely thing I really like her. I think she's so good. I think it'll be like LP and Friends type performances for live shows, but not actually having a integrated new member of the band. That'll be like just them five. Right? I think she's like 19 or 20 or something like that. But like I said, there's a few of these days where people are coming back around to new metal and they're going, this was pretty good. And stepping back into that genre and bringing us, newer, younger artists doing it is pretty cool. But she's really good. You find a lot of them through Instagram for whatever reason. She's really good. There's a few others. There's actually some old dudes that started a new metal band that are pretty good. I don't remember who they are, but I just don't think that they would be comfortable with it. Right, that's what I'm saying. She's got an amazing voice, and I love their Deftones-esque vibe. Oh, Conquer Divide's really good too, actually. But Eric, I just don't think that they would be comfortable with it, and I feel like that's the number one thing is what is the band going to be comfortable with doing? If they are going to end up performing live, it's going to be on their terms, and I fully support that. So I just feel like for them, they might just never be comfortable with the idea of his vocals there without him being there. And I get it. I would actually totally get that.
Life can be busy.
Why did it stop blocking ads? Someone posted a screenshot of LP's Healing Foot featuring. I don't know. I haven't looked in it. Like I said, I've been here this whole 5 hours. I've been sitting right here with the stream, listening to music and watching this. So there's gonna be this is in a sense it's like the 9/11 of Linkin Park stuff in the sense of conspiratorial stuff and digging for little clues of all this, that, and the other thing. Not like something dramatically bad has happened, but Yeah, no, I actually Oh my god, I don't. Stop. This was the first song of hers I heard. So, we crashed Reddit earlier. Nice. But yeah, the LP and Friends thing makes a lot of sense to me for live performances. Or even if they just picked like one or two singers that literally just toured with them to perform the legacy songs. But I think when it comes to producing new stuff and the actual creative process, if they're going to do that, it'll just be the 5 guys. There'll be no new permanent member or anything. That's my viewpoint on it. Mark Wakefield's not involved. He can't sing live, and he hasn't been a singer for many, many years. So 9/5 as a date, other than being my birthday, I don't know about that. I know that they had a show at Roxy Theater. It was a big deal back in 2000. It was like 2 months before Hybrid Theory released. There was, if you look it up on YouTube, you can find it. September 5th, 2000 at the Roxy Theater. But as for Mark Wakefield, the reason I actually don't mind his vocals, and they're good on the Zero stuff. It's just when they were performing live, he didn't hold up very well. When they were performing live, he didn't hold up very well, and he wanted to do other things, so that he moved on. I think Mark Wakefield ended up becoming the manager. I think it was Taproot. I think he still is their manager, but he's completely moved on from performing since 1996. All right, Jennifer. Yeah. I don't know if you subscribe to the channel. If you guys are anywhere else, if you're on Instagram or Twitter after talking today, like follow me those places, and then I can keep tabs on you and stuff. But otherwise, like I said, I'll probably see y'all on Sunday, because that's when the countdown or count up should theoretically end. But it should theoretically end then, and then I will probably do another live stream for that to have it flip over and start counting down. I 100% believe that's what's going to happen. I'm going to be like, all right, the count up is almost over. 99 hours, 99 minutes, and then it's going to glitch and flip over and start counting down again, and Mike's going to be like, ha, 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 ha. No, I think that they fully exhausted the library of like Hybrid Theory, Zero, etc. type stuff, and Meteora for sure. They didn't even know they still had all the stuff from Meteora. So I fully believe that they found all of that. I think that like for instance, Minutes to Midnight, nothing, just subscribed. Awesome. I feel like if they were ever to do like Minutes to Midnight, the 20th anniversary for that, that library of unreleased stuff dwarfs what we got from Meteora. Like when you look at their behind the scenes stuff, they tell you they had like 200 plus different demos and incomplete tracks and random crap that they put together, because they were trying to do so much different, and they were using a different creative process. So yeah, I feel like that will be pretty exhaustive if they do it, because Mike said he wasn't even sure about doing Meteora, but the response from Hybrid Theory was so big and people were asking for it, so they did it. Everybody assumes we're going to get one from each one, so see you, Luna Sam. Thanks for coming along. So anyways, I've said it for like an hour now, but I'm going to head out. I really, really appreciate everyone that's here, everyone that has subscribed, everyone that has stopped in, and anyone who happens to check out this feed. I don't think you will, because why would you watch a 5-hour video of a count up with nothing else happening? But if you were here, if you are here, if you end up here, I really appreciate it. I've never had as many viewers as I had today. I think at one point I hit 200 viewers. And typically my streams get like 3. So when I'm sitting here watching that thing tick up, I was like, oh my God, I'm going to die. I didn't want to say anything as it was happening, but I was like, this is crazy. I'm Rival Indigo. I'm on Instagram. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Twitch. And then, of course, here, if anybody wants to stay in touch, if anybody wants to chat, if anybody wants to chit chat about anything, Linkin Park, movies, music, video games, like my YouTube channel and my content is pretty much centered on that stuff. It's all, like I do a lot of video games. That's what I play, and then the rest of it is like commentary on this stuff. So if you stick around, if you subscribe, I'll definitely interact. I'm a tiny nobody, so that's all I got. But I appreciate y'all, and I'm gonna go ahead and probably just put a song on and end out the stream after that. So I'll catch y'all later. Thanks for the subscription, Cryptic Viper.
It starts with one. I don't know why, it doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind, I designed this rhyme to explain in due time. All I know, time is a valuable thing. Watch it fly by as the pendulum swings. Watch it count down to the end of the day. The clock takes life away, it's so unreal. Didn't look out below, watch the time go right out the window. Trying to hold on, didn't even know I wasted it all just to watch you go. I kept everything inside, and even though I tried, it all fell apart. What it meant to be will eventually be a memory of a time I tried so hard and got so far. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. One thing, I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. I designed this rhyme to remind myself how I tried so hard. In spite of the way you were mocking me, acting like I was part of your property. Remembering all the times you fought with me, I'm surprised it got so. Things aren't the way they were before. You wouldn't even recognize me anymore. Not that you knew me back then, but it all comes back to me in the end. You kept everything inside, and even